the great swordsman of Marvel. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 151 Success. It must be elements inherent to other planets themselves. What the hell is this thing? It confused so many elements together without causing repulsion or explosion, Tony said incredulously in a low voice. With his current knowledge, he couldn't understand it at all. Universal supreme life forms, they possess this ability to create such things, Yi-Shen simply replied casually. He didn't explain much. After all, universal supreme life forms were still quite far removed from him and Tony. Even Thanos, the future super-powerful being, had only sensed a glimpse of it. Other beings like Galactus, superhumans, and the goddess of death hadn't even been seen yet. Jarvis, Monday, compile the data on this thing. Yi-Shen cut off the topic of universal supreme life forms and turned to give the order. The two super artificial intelligences quickly processed everything and presented it to Yi-Shen. No wonder this thing is so hard, it even has vibranium. Yi-Shen scratched his head, muttering in surprise. What are you planning to do? Tony looked at Yi-Shen with a puzzled expression, his brow furrowed. In his opinion, this thing could only remain as it was, there was no way to forge a weapon from it. Yi-Shen said succinctly. What? Tony was clearly shocked. Using this to forge a weapon? Wasn't that just wishful thinking? Yi-Shen didn't speak, but sneered. Instantly, his aura completely changed, all the elements in the air seemed to be mobilized, flowing towards the center of his palm. I'll see how you do it. Tony, on the other hand, sat to the side like an old man, arms crossed, legs crossed. He looked exactly like a stingy butler, expecting others to fail. Crack! At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. It was as if a bolt of lightning, as bright as day, tore through the entire space. Super thunder. Although not fully evolved, it's already many times stronger than before. The lightning struck the black matter instantly, but couldn't penetrate even a fraction, only moving along its surface. It seemed to completely engulf it, but it wasn't seriously injured at all. It was incredibly tough. A beam of azure light silently flew from his fingertip. It was the space stone. In an instant, a spatial rift appeared inside the black matter. The surging lightning on the surface, like a predatory wolf, rushed in. Once inside, the lightning connected with every different element within the black matter. Following the lightning, Yi-Shen channeled the roaring power within his body into it. Moments later, the black matter underwent a dramatic transformation. From the inside out, it was being modified by Yi-Shen. However, Yi-Shen was also extremely uncomfortable at this moment. After all, it was the most refined part of various star systems, and the power it could unleash was still incredibly formidable. Therefore, his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat, his entire suit was soaked. Tony, standing beside him, felt the immense pressure of the massive weight, as if a mountain had descended upon him. He had to activate his Iron Man suit to envelop himself, otherwise, he couldn't possibly remain in the laboratory any longer. Time flew by, Yi-Shen's face gradually paled, and Tony's Iron Man suit was covered in tiny cracks. But the appearance of the black substance was slowly changing, resembling a completely new weapon. Death. At this moment, a smile appeared on Yi-Shen's lips as he slowly spoke. My God! You, Dino, actually transformed it into a weapon. Tony's eyes widened in utter shock. This substance, formed from the essence of various planets, was equivalent to containing countless wills within it. To unify them all by one's own power was harder than ascending to heaven. As death took shape, a fierce power swept out. Under the terrifying shockwave, the titanium alloy glass windows outside the laboratory were mercilessly shattered, turning into dust and scattering everywhere. Tony's Iron Man suit also shattered, scattered on the ground. What are you trying to cover yourself for? You're not naked, Yi-Shen said sarcastically again. Tony immediately released his hands from his body, extremely embarrassed. You should go home, Tony said heavily. Just for a moment, the laboratory was damaged, and one of his Iron Man suits was destroyed. If he continued to stay, Stark Industries would go bankrupt. Tony, remember, I own half of Stark Industries, Yi-Shen said calmly, then casually swung the death scythe a few times. Hey, Tony quickly dodged backward, afraid that Yi-Shen might accidentally hit him. This thing probably couldn't even withstand one of his attacks, not even the Iron Man suit. Ho ha ho ha, Yi-Shen laughed loudly and was about to leave. Monday, you stay here and learn from Jarvis. After Rogers fails, you'll take over. Yi-Shen turned to look at Monday. Then, the death scythe slashed through the air, creating a spatial rift. He stepped into it. Yes, Mr. Yi-Shen, Monday nodded its mechanical head, immediately treating Stark Tower as its own home. You're really not being polite, Tony saw Monday casually sitting on the sofa and said with some dissatisfaction. Don't forget, Mr. Yi-Shen has shares in Stark Industries. One sentence completely shut Tony up, his head aching. This guy has definitely been corrupted by Yi-Shen. He had to ask Jarvis to turn the tables. The two glanced at each other, their eyes carrying different meanings. A moment later, Yi-Shen returned home. Natasha and Mindy had just finished showering, their hair still wet. How was the mission? Yi-Shen smiled slightly and asked. What? You don't care about Natasha and Mindy at all. They almost didn't make it back, Wanda, standing up angrily, roared. Tasha looked helpless and wanted to explain. She hadn't told her that at all, yet the story had been exaggerated. You encountered danger. Yi-Shen's expression changed instantly, and he asked gravely. Nothing serious, just an unexpected incident in the plan. Natasha smiled gently and shook her head. She didn't want Yi-Shen to be so angry. After all, she had returned safely and hadn't suffered any serious harm. Tell me, Yi-Shen said decisively. He hadn't noticed that someone had attacked his woman. Did they have a death wish? Don't be angry, we're all right. Tasha walked to Yi-Shen's side, patted his mouth, and tried to relax him. You go first. Yi-Shen's expression softened somewhat, but his tone remained serious. Seeing this, Natasha finally spoke up. Before, Mindy and I went to find Kingpin, but who knew that a little girl in purple, who wasn't in the intelligence, would appear there? Her abilities were beyond our imagination. As her memories deepened, Natasha recalled that little girl, like a great demon. She seemed to possess an ability to devour all energy, so her attacks couldn't harm her at all. Because of this, Mindy and I were in trouble, but in the end, she seemed to decide not to fight and left. Natasha slowly recounted her experience. Yi-Shen also pricked up his ears, listening intently. So, it was Kingpin and that little girl who got you into trouble? Don't go. This is a S.H.I.E.L.D. mission. Leave it to us. Natasha could tell from Yi-Shen's tone that he was going to find Kingpin alone. You even left it to S.H.I.E.L.D. That's why you and Mindy were in such a predicament. If that little girl hadn't stopped, you might have died. Mindy and Natasha were unfazed, but Yi-Shen was still very angry. We must seek revenge on Kingpin, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also bears an undeniable responsibility. Yi-Shen, please don't go. Promise me, okay? Let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle this. Natasha grasped Yi-Shen's arm, pleading softly. Natasha, you must understand, continuing to leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. will only cause more unnecessary casualties. I'm doing this for your sake. Yi-Shen thought for a moment, then patted Natasha's head and said softly. Hearing this, Natasha was stunned. What Yi-Shen said made a lot of sense. It seemed that no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. could defeat that little girl. However, since she hadn't killed her and Mindy directly, it meant she had a chance of successfully persuading them to surrender. No, Yi-Shen, I believe that little girl isn't inherently bad. She's just been controlled by Kingpin and the others, Natasha said slowly, although she herself wasn't absolutely certain. But no matter what, she didn't want to always rely on Yi-Shen. If any problems arose, Yi-Shen would have to solve them personally, while she could only hide behind and watch silently. This isn't Natasha's style, and it will never become her style. What she wants to be is a supportive partner who can help Yi-Shen, not a little princess sheltered in an ivory tower. The Red House, and all the trials before, have forged this kind of personality in her. Okay, I promise you, but you also have to promise me, don't recklessly go looking for Kingpin, at least find out all the information about the little girl around him. Yi-Shen compromised, and also asked Natasha to compromise with him. I promise you. Natasha finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yi-Shen's answer. Seeing this harmonious scene, Wanda and Mindy both nodded slightly. Also, neither of you are allowed to do anything with hidden dangers. Even if you have to do it, you must inform me in advance, Yi-Shen said in a deep voice. It was because he let Mindy and Natasha's behavior go that they were in such a dangerous situation today. Domineering CEO? Huh? Mindy chuckled. However, her expression showed complete approval. She liked Yi-Shen's domineering manner. HMPH, I won't, Wanda pouted angrily. Chapter 152 Power. Trying to control my freedom? Absolutely not. Then you won't have the right to eat my cooking for free anymore. With just one sentence, Yi-Shen subdued Wanda. No one can resist the allure of delicious food. Okay, I promise you, Wanda nodded weakly, like a deflated balloon. Is that a good girl? Yi-Shen smiled slightly. You little brat, you think you can fight me? You're too naive. Although he verbally agreed, Yi-Shen wasn't going to let it go. Kingpin and the little girl in purple both had to be punished. Tonight might not be an option, but tomorrow or the day after could. He already had a good plan in mind, one that could both keep it from Tasha and teach Kingpin and the little girl in purple a lesson. Alright, I'll cook you something delicious tonight. A delicious dinner dispelled everyone's unpleasant mood. That night, Wanda pulled Mindy into the same room. They said they were close sisters and wanted to have a good chat. Wanda, however, ignored Mindy's subtle hints. She wanted Yi-Shen to fulfill his promise and spend the night with her. Just like that, Mindy's heartfelt wish was dashed by the oblivious Wanda. The resentment and helplessness in her eyes would have been heartbreaking to see. Yi-Shen, however, seemed unfazed, taking Natasha directly into his arms. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Otherwise, tonight would have been a nightmare for Mindy and Wanda. At dawn, the sun rose in the distance. It was the weekend, and Peter, a college student, was on vacation. So Peter began his mission as Spider-Man, to find the killer who murdered everyone at the bar. For the past few days, no newspaper or television station had broadcast this news. It seemed the impact was too great, and the government and S.H.I.E.L.D had suppressed it. More than 50 people had died. If it were reported, it would inevitably cause panic among the population, making things even more difficult to handle. However, Peter was unaware that a hotel had also been targeted by the murders. This black organization didn't seem to originate from Earth, it appeared to come from outer space. Peter muttered to himself, looking at the lifeless black organization in his hand. According to data analysis, the elements that constituted the black organization were almost impossible to find on Earth. Furthermore, they possessed extremely strong vitality, something not found in any currently discovered organisms. From this, it could be inferred that the murderer of the murder bar was definitely not an ordinary person, or even from Earth. Whatever you are, you must be judged. Peter clenched the black organization in his hand and murmured coldly. Returning to the alleyways of Brooklyn, the strong smell of blood had been masked by the scent of air freshener. Those unaware would never know that a brutal murder had once taken place here. Following the strong smell of air freshener, Peter headed towards the alley. He hoped to find any trace of the murderer again. Although the possibility was extremely small, perhaps the murderer had returned for a visit. An interesting child. In a dark corner, a pair of deep black eyes were fixed on Peter, who was wandering around. In his eyes, Peter was like a plump, juicy prey, waiting to be devoured. Don't you think his body is even more delicious? Hardy muttered to himself. Clearly, he had completely merged with a black organization. Need I say more? I can smell the fragrance on him. He's absolutely the finest delicacy, Hardy replied greedily, swallowing hard. Then let's play with this little guy for a while, the black organization chuckled, looking just like her wicked uncle who had kidnapped a child. I can't wait. Venom. Hardy licked his lips, his long, thin tongue like a hungry ghost from hell, waiting to hunt down life. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Feeling Hardy's rapidly beating heart, Venom laughed heartily. His figure flashed past, instantly disappearing into the shadows. The innocent little spider didn't know that danger was about to descend. So hungry, let's go buy a hamburger, his stomach growled, urging Peter to eat. He randomly picked a fast food restaurant on the roadside, bought an iced cola and a large beef hamburger, and continued searching in Sahago. Just then, a familiar scent came from behind. The alert little sister immediately noticed it. After taking a bite of her hamburger, she immediately sprinted towards the back. No mistake, it must be him. Peter's intuition told him that this scent was the person he was looking for. In this extreme tension, Peter's heartbeat slowed dramatically, almost to the point of being inaudible. This was where Peter had improved over time. Facing unknown dangers, he had become calmer, neither impulsive nor timid. Donning his high-tech spider suit, Peter swayed like a silken thread, following the scent. This was it. Soon, Peter arrived at an abandoned building, seemingly untouched for a long time. Moreover, the surrounding area was desolate, not even a homeless person could be seen. Clearly, this was a graveyard. Experience told Peter that he had to be even more careful now, and could not afford to be careless. Along the wall of the abandoned building, Peter slowly crawled inside, one step at a time, extremely cautious. Under the influence of Spider-Aid's senses, Peter felt even more relaxed. He could react instantly to the slightest disturbance. This was the confidence brought by Spider-Aid's senses. At least, it had never failed before. What a pity about my hamburger and iced cola. Peter reluctantly put his lunch aside. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed, and a sharp killing intent swept over. Above my head, using a spider sense, Peter reacted quickly, immediately raising his head and raising both hands. Like spider silk about to be launched, it was instantly sliced to pieces by a sharp, cold light. What was that? A pair of pitch-black hands suddenly grabbed Peter's arms, the weight of a mountain instantly locking him in place, unable to move. A gaping maw opened wildly in front of Peter, sharp fangs about to bite down on his head. Damn it! How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? It stinks. It's even worse than dog poop. Unexpectedly, Peter still had the mind to joke in this situation. But this was actually Peter's way of delaying Venom's attack. However, Venom, being an alien creature, completely ignored Peter's sarcastic attack and rushed towards him with lightning speed. Damn it! Here's a hamburger to rinse your mouth, and an iced cola. Peter hooked his right foot, instantly throwing the hamburger and cola into Venom's mouth. Indistinct words suddenly emerged from Venom's mouth. The intense aroma of beef burgers and iced cola exploded within Venom's mouth. Not yet accustomed to Earth's food, Venom's face contorted in a grimace, much like a Westerner's extreme dislike of preserved eggs, as if it were about to split open, unleashing countless black streaks that swept outwards in all directions. You're disgusting. I gave you my lunch, Peter muttered incessantly, quickly dodging. White spider silk shot out swiftly, blocking all of Venom's attacks. Peter abruptly retreated, maintaining absolute vigilance until he fully understood Venom. He would never launch an unnecessary attack. You filthy insect, I'm going to kill you. Venom spat out the crumbs of iced cola and beef burger that had mingled in its mouth and strode forward. Previously, hidden in the shadows, its massive size, approximately 2.5 meters, had not been noticed. With you, you big oaf, I'm going to hit the bullseye this time, Peter said calmly. As he spoke, countless female characters shot out, directly hitting Venom's black face. Black and white, that's more like it. Venom, hit by the projectiles, continued charging forward, accompanied by Peter's laughter. After all, he was an alien symbiote, he didn't need eyesight to pinpoint Yashen's location. Damn it! Are your eyes just for show? Peter was clearly startled and quickly moved to the side. But Venom followed with lightning speed, his massive fist, like a giant hammer, slamming down. A rapid whooshing sound rang out. Peter's spider sense told him that dodging would only result in being hammered. So he quickly turned around and punched backward. Bang! The earth and sky exploded with a deafening roar, and a terrifying shockwave spread towards Joguo. What? Venom exclaimed in disbelief. His punch had a force of 700 kilograms, enough to instantly shatter a large truck. Yet, this skinny earthling in front of him, wearing a ridiculous mask and a bodysuit, had actually blocked it. And it didn't seem like he'd been seriously impacted at all. Hey! Your fighting skills are terrible. You should go back and study. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Peter twisted his waist, circled behind Venom, and delivered a powerful whip kick to Venom's back. Bang! Venom's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a long, thin white trail. Dambug! Venom slammed his fist into the ground, venting his anger. That's right, vent your anger on the ground, and you won't harm others. Peter resumed his verbal barrage, muttering incessantly. You said if you had learned this method of controlling your anger earlier, you wouldn't have killed anyone, and you wouldn't have been betrayed by S.H.I.E.L.D and me. You could have lived peacefully on Earth. Wouldn't that have been great? Chapter 153 Battle Spirit. Go to hell. What the hell are you talking about? Venom felt a ringing in his head, as if a bee had landed near his ear. His body, composed of black tissue, suddenly moved rapidly, countless sharp points bursting from its surface, transforming him into a hedgehog. A porcupine? But it's not cute at all, Peter sneered again mercilessly. He acted like a tourist, as if the battle had nothing to do with him. Go to hell. Die? This was the first time Venom had acted so erratically since arriving on Earth. Peter's verbal sparring was simply too powerful, intimidating to behold. He had indeed inherited this trait perfectly from hanging out with Roy. Zet. Big Porcupine, you need to learn to be a little more obedient, don't be so violent. People are afraid of becoming famous, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat, don't you know that? Peter, relying on his senses, managed to dodge every time. Moreover, with a Winged Girl battlesuit personally made by Roy, his agility and defense had increased countless times. If you do it again, I'll get serious. Peter's mouth never stopped. A massive, overwhelming sheen of spider silk shot out, each strand clearly defined and pulling at Venom's body. Then, it was all controlled by Peter's palm, using only his arm strength to forcibly halt Venom's movement. Ah! 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 Damn bug! The imprisoned Venom roared furiously. It struggled desperately, but the modified spider silk was as hard as titanium alloy. Even with Venom's terrifying strength, it couldn't break free for the time being. The things Yi Shen gave me are indeed very useful, Peter couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he activated the jetpack, pulling Venom upwards. Shit! Bug, let me down. Powerless and furious, Venom could only be carried hundreds of meters into the air by Peter. This time, it's for everyone who died in the bar. The muscles in his arms tensed instantly, unleashing a burst of violent power. Venom was fully mobilized, then crashed down on the abandoned building with devastating force. Like the sound of a C4 bomb exploding, Venom slammed violently into the abandoned building. The already crumbling building shattered under the overwhelming impact. Countless stones fell from the roof, rolling heavily into the crater Venom had created. Let's see if you die. Peter hovered above the opening, carefully observing below. Silence, a deathly silence, as if Peter was the only one left there. Bang! Just then, the sound of countless stones shattering rang out from below the opening. Small stones burst forth from within, like a sandstorm, thick smoke enveloping the entire building. Bug. I'll kill you. The grime-covered Venom suddenly leaped out, its body covered in spikes and massive rocks. It was still alive. The vitality of alien creatures was indeed powerful. Peter was astonished by this sight. Bear my wrath, and Venom's body instantly swelled, and then the rocks on its spikes shot out wildly. It was like a meteor shower, but the force was incredibly sharp and full of killing intent. Stab. 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 Countless spider silk shot out instantly, forming a spider web that blocked Peter's path. The surging rocks, like ocean waves, were all resisted by the spider web, some even sticking to it. Ah! 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 Peter's impenetrable defense enraged Venom, driving it to madness. It felt as if it were a giant tree standing before Peter, everything completely transparent to it. After blocking all the rocks, Peter quickly gathered the spider web, condensing it into a giant sphere. Then, aiming at Venom's body, he slammed his fist down. Venom, reacting quickly, punched the web, creating a deafening roar. But bound by the web, Venom's power was insufficient to shatter it, only slightly hindering its advance. You bug, I will kill you today. Venom grabbed the web with his left hand, shattering it with terrifying force. Completely enraged, Venom unleashed his most powerful fighting strength. Alien, calm down, or you'll attract S.H.I.E.L.D's attention and you'll be in trouble. Quick, take a deep breath and exhale. Peter remained unhurried, seemingly unconcerned that Venom posed no threat. Are you underestimating me? Venom roared angrily. His right hand swung forward, transforming into a giant serpent, its gaping maw revealing fangs, attacking with lightning speed. Damn it! I offered my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the gutter. Peter sighed helplessly. Following Yi Shen, he had learned quite a bit of classical Eastern poetry. He didn't dodge, didn't launch his webs, and just stood there, completely still. This stunned Yi, who became even angrier. This was clearly looking down on him. This was blatant mockery. With his other arm, sharp spears materialized, spinning wildly as they stabbed at Peter. The double attack revealed its fierce killing intent and unwavering determination. It seems I'll defeat you before S.H.I.E.L.D arrives, so you won't go and harm others later, Peter said calmly. His body trembled, and then he saw an invisible energy blooming on his spider suit. Like a roaring lion, It possessed a terrifying and awe-inspiring power. Bang! Yi's attack was completely blocked by this invisible energy, unable to advance an inch. What is this? Venom was taken aback. He hadn't noticed anything at all, as if he'd suddenly encountered a barrier. A big gift for you, Peter grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Before Venom could react, he felt as if he'd been electrocuted, almost losing consciousness in his hands. Instinctively wanting to pull back, Venom encountered monstrous strength and couldn't budge it at all. Sherlock. Damn Earthlings, encountering such a difficult situation for the first time, Venom couldn't help but curse. Are all Earthlings this freakish? It felt like a million alpacas were trampling through his mind. Just then, Peter appeared as if in a flash, instantly appearing in front of Venom's hands. He suddenly grabbed Venom's hands with his iron arms. At the same time, Spider Silk was launched, completely binding his two arms. If it weren't for the fact that the magical energy given by Yi Shen inside the spider suit was too little, he could have completely imprisoned him with it. What do you want to do? Before he could finish speaking, Venom's massive body was lifted up and held upside down in midair. Thump. 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 Peter's immense strength instantly lifted Venom up, then slammed him left and right like a sledgehammer, giving Venom no chance to resist. Venom kept roaring, but it was impossible to understand what he was saying anymore. After dozens of repetitions, Peter finally stopped. The black tissue that had been holding Hardy loosened completely, revealing his face inside. A human? How did you get here? Peter was astonished when he saw Hardy's face, his eyes widening. He had thought it was just an alien organism. But he hadn't expected there to be a human inside. Could it be that it was just a parasite? His rapidly working brain allowed Peter to suddenly sense some clues. Venom. Go. Hardy, still dazed, took a while to come to his senses. He immediately shouted at the parasite. He didn't want to expose himself to everyone. He hadn't yet adapted to his new identity as Venom. No, as long as I leave him, everything will be back to normal, Peter shouted. He then shot out Spider Silk, locking the black tissue that was trying to trap Hardy. Look, it can die too. It won't bring you any benefit, it will only keep devouring your mind, turning you into a murderer. Peter took out the small, black tissue fragment identified as dead. Ho ha ho ha! At that moment, Venom's hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Like a drowning man grasping at a straw. What are you laughing at, you defeated opponent? Peter roared, gripping the black tissue tightly. I will definitely find a way to kill you. But before that, you might need to stay at S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while. Peter's gaze was cold, and the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Ho ha, are you sure it's dead? Hearing this, Peter immediately released his grip. However, it was too late. The small piece of black tissue, as if injected with adrenaline, instantly burrowed into Peter's arm. It could be clearly seen that the black tissue flowed rapidly along Peter's veins towards his heart. Damn it. Get out here, 237. Just as Peter grabbed his right hand, the black massive tissue pierced his shoulder blade. A agonizing scream suddenly escaped Peter's lips. At that moment, Venom broke free from the spiderweb's restraints and enveloped Hardy again. Kill him. Why are you running away? Hardy inside the body abruptly stopped Venom from leaving. His appearance has been discovered by Spider-Man, so we must kill him. Don't worry, he's on our side now. Venom, however, was unconcerned, instead smiling at Peter. Next, there will probably be reports of Spider-Man eating people on a rampage. That will be even more exciting, but Harry wanted to say something, but Venom interrupted him. Believe me, he can't withstand it. With that, Venom carried Peter towards a secluded spot. New life needs the stimulation of blood. Peter, struggling, kept tearing at his Spider-Man suit. Even now, he hadn't given up. Because deep down, he resolutely refused to become that man-eating demon. His inner sense of justice held fast to its last shred. I won't. A deafening roar suddenly pierced the sky. Won't you rest a little longer? Yi Shen asked gently, holding Natasha's hands. I'm fine, and I want to get S.H.I.E.L.D. involved with the little girl's information as soon as possible. To prepare in advance, Natasha placed her hand on Yi Shen's, seemingly having recovered from yesterday's harrowing escape. As an 8th-level agent, her strength and mental fortitude were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Therefore, she wouldn't be completely defeated by a small setback. Yes, but remember, be careful when you go out on missions in the future. Also, Let me know in advance about any missions S.H.I.E.L.D gives you." Yi-Shen leaned down and kissed Natasha's forehead, speaking with concern. "Is breakfast ready yet? It's so early in the morning." Suddenly, a sour voice came from behind. Chapter 154 Despair. Without a second thought, Yi-Shen knew who it was. "Breakfast is on the table, with your favorite millet and red bean porridge," Yi-Shen replied helplessly, a wry smile on his face. "Mindy, is she grumpy in the morning? I'll be going now." "Take good care of Mindy and Wanda." Tasha tiptoed and lightly kissed Yi-Shen's lips before turning and leaving. After all, nominally, she was still a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Yi-Shen, where's the salad and fried eggs?" Just then, Mindy's dissatisfied voice rang out again. "This little brat, I definitely need to find some time to teach her a lesson. Speaking of which, isn't she almost an adult?" A bold idea suddenly popped into Yi-Shen's mind. Raising troops for a day, using them for a day, it was time to reap the rewards. The bananas beside him were ripe. "Mindy, this isn't right," Wanda advised. Yi-Shen, after all, was still very good to her, readily agreeing to many of her requests. "HMPH, who told him to show off his love in front of me again?" Mindy blushed, stopped eating, and shoveled a large mouthful of millet porridge into her stomach. "What else?" Seeing Mindy's shy expression, Wanda became even more curious. "Nothing, let's eat breakfast." Mindy chose to avoid the question because it was too embarrassing to say, especially in front of her best friend. She couldn't just say directly that she wanted to do something intimate with Yi-Shen. At this moment, Yi-Shen walked over, carrying 2 plates. They contained salad and fried eggs. "Little darling, eat," Yi-Shen said irritably. "What an ingrate." HMPH. Mindy pouted again, pretending to be very angry. Yi-Shen obviously ignored Mindy and walked away alone, sitting on the sofa. The trivial matters at home can be dealt with any time. But now, what needs to be addressed is Kingpin and that little girl in purple. You both must pay the price. Yi-Shen clenched his fists and began gathering information on Kingpin. "You two stay home, I'm going to find Tony." After Mindy and Wanda finished breakfast, Yi-Shen told them and headed outside. "What are you doing?" "I want to go too." Mindy scurried up to Yi-Shen, hands on her hips, and asked. "It's just an experiment with the Iron Man suit. Are you coming too?" Yi-Shen stared intently at Mindy, hoping his pointless question would deter her. "Perfect timing. I also want to see Sister Ebo. Let's go together." Mindy's sharp eyes seemed to anticipate that Yi-Shen would be doing something secretive. "Then I want to go too." Wanda also raised her right hand, ready to kick him. "What a headache." Yi-Shen touched his forehead, thinking for a moment. "All right then, but don't disturb me while I'm doing the experiment." Yi-Shen agreed, but also asked the two to agree to his request. "No problem," both readily agreed. Taking them along would dispel their wild thoughts. "When we get to Stark Tower, will we still have a chance to escape?" A special rift appeared instantly, taking the 3 of them away from home. Pietro, meanwhile, was still fast asleep in bed. The 3 of them vanished in a flash, instantly arriving inside Stark Tower. "Yi-Shen, what are you doing here again?" The moment Tony saw Yi-Shen's face, he felt his head spin, his forehead covered in black lines. "Yesterday? Today? Is there even a tomorrow? Death Town still has some flaws, so I need to borrow your lab again." Yi-Shen lied without even needing a draft. Alright, go ahead and use it." Tony had clearly given up on treatment, helplessly shrugging. "Don't worry, I'll help you improve your latest armor later." Yi-Shen patted Tony's shoulder, but it only made his face turn even uglier. Help? Was he going to be endlessly mocked? Then I'd rather not have this kind of help. "Do as you please." Tony had completely given up. His dejected figure showed he had utterly lost his confidence, devoid of any radiance. Mr. Stark, where's Sister Platinum? I want to go find her." When he needed a favor, Mindy displayed impeccable politeness. "She's still in the same office as before." "Just go find her." Tony pondered for a moment, then pointed to a location ahead. "Thank you, Mr. Stark." Mindy, pulling Wanda along, headed straight for the house outside. Seeing this, Yi-Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief, having already decided how to leave Stark Tower. "Tony, come here." Yi-Shen beckoned to Tony, who was standing nearby. "What is it?" Tony was clearly impatient. "Want to go play something?" "Play what?" Tony looked puzzled. What was wrong today? It was completely different from before. "Put on your Iron Man suit, and you'll see," Yi-Shen gave a meaningful smile. This made Tony a little tempted. I hope you won't disappoint me. Although Tony still harbored doubts, he had already put on the Iron Man suit. It smells so good. I've sent you the coordinates, just follow them, Yi-Shen said slowly. A special rift suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Damn it, you didn't take me with you, Tony shouted angrily. Honestly, if it really came down to a speed contest with Yi-Shen, he was no match. While Tony was still on his way, Yi-Shen had already arrived below Kingpin's company, carefully examining the skyscrapers before him. In a remote town, Venom brought Peter here. Look at this beautiful scenery, and all the delicious food there. I'm sure our new brother will love it. Venom threw Peter to the ground. Peter, corrupted by the Black Organization, was still struggling desperately. But his face was completely covered by the Black Organization, the deep black seemingly revealing boundless killing intent. Give up struggling, Bug. It's so much better to be one of us. We can kill you whenever we want, do whatever we want, without being bound by anything. Venom's voice, like a seductive devil's whisper, echoed in Peter's ears. I won't, Peter gritted his teeth, trying to resist Venom's control. Ha, perhaps blood will change your mind. Venom opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs, gleaming coldly. Hardy, let's go fill our stomachs first. Ha. Leaving Peter aside, Venom's massive body leaped and plunged into the quiet town. Peter was left alone, helplessly struggling on the ground. His last vestiges of will seemed to be swallowed by Venom's consciousness, turning him into a cannibalistic demon. Follow me, enjoy this time, help those good-for-nothings. They won't understand you, they might even threaten to kick you out of the agreement, or even kill you. Live freely like me, how wonderful. The Black Organization constantly tempted Peter, devouring his heart. With great power comes great responsibility. Just as Peter was about to succumb, these words suddenly echoed in his mind. Uncle Ben, as if alive, stood before him again. Uncle Ben, Peter reached out his hands, wanting to touch Uncle Ben, but found that a layer of black mist blocked his vision, making him unreachable. Peter, hold fast to your heart. You will always be a hero, Uncle Ben smiled as if speaking. But his figure became increasingly blurry, about to disappear. I will, Uncle Ben. Peter clenched his fists, a resolute glint in his eyes. As Uncle Ben's figure disappeared, Peter seemed to awaken from a dream. At this moment, the Black Organization had already occupied 90% of his body, only lacking the last bit of consciousness, enough to completely subdue Peter. I will never become what Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and Yi-Shen hate. Peter roared to the sky, a dazzling light seeming to emanate from his body. He stood up as if he had transcended the mundane. Thump. A dull sound came from Peter's body. The black tissue that was about to cover his entire body suddenly crumbled layer by layer, turning into tiny fragments that drifted into the air. I will always be Spider-Man, Peter roared. His originally black pupils instantly shone with a glimmer of light, giving off an endless sense of dawn. Peter stood up, as if he had become a different person, his aura completely different. That bloodthirsty, murderous, and dark aura was completely suppressed. I am Spider-Man, Peter roared again, declaring that he had taken control of his body. But at this moment, he no longer had much strength to continue fighting Venom. He shot out webs and then ran outside at top speed. No, the people in the town, if I leave, they will all die. Peter was caught in a dilemma. He knew that if he went, his strength would be gone, and he wouldn't be able to fight against Fu Yi. But if he didn't go, those people would definitely die. He had already witnessed rivers of blood at the small bar. So Peter didn't want to see a scene of carnage. Otherwise, he, as Spider-Man, would be completely derelict in his duty and utterly unworthy to stand here. Turning his head, Peter swung like a spider web, quickly disappearing into the distance. Teach me. Help. Let me go. The cries of Venom echoed through the town. But Venom paid no heed to these ordinary people. Limbs, heads, vaginas, hearts, thighs, everything was filled with one word, blood. The stench of blood permeated the entire town. It was as if the place had become a hell of death, everyone trapped in endless despair. Peter moved forward quickly, his heart burning with anxiety. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out, whistling past, startling Peter, who quickly turned around. Whoosh! A hand forged of metal gripped Peter's arm tightly. Then, with a twist, it completely subdued Peter. This person's fighting skills far surpassed Peter's. Chapter 155 Monster. Captain Rogers' voice suddenly rang out, which reassured Peter slightly. He's definitely in there. And can you let me go? The people in this town are extremely dangerous, Peter shouted angrily. With Rogers and Bucky holding them back, the death toll might more than double. Bucky, let him go. Let's go in and save people first, Rogers rushed in, his figure flashing past. Bucky and Peter followed closely behind, running quickly into the town. The stench of blood in the air was simply too strong. After scrutinizing Yi-Shen for a moment, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to wash the building in blood. A special rift suddenly appeared, and he stepped into it, disappearing from the spot. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Kingpin was processing documents. Although he was the top gangster in the West, he still needed to completely launder his assets. Come in without knocking, do you want to die? Kingpin shouted without even looking up. An extremely sharp killing intent emanated from his body. But after a while, Kingpin suddenly felt very strange, because that person seemed not to have moved at all. I'll shoot you dead. Kingpin took a pistol from the drawer, aimed it at Yi-Shen's head, and fired. Bang! The bullet roared, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The scene that seemed about to explode with blood was surprisingly calm. You, who are you? Kingpin asked tremulously, his palms already sweating. Who I am is not important, what you have done is important. Yi-Shen crushed the bullet in his hand with 2 fingers, the powder slowly falling. Death is a very meaningful thing, especially for you. Yi-Shen paused, while Kingpin looked on with curiosity. Because you are too big, you waste too much food and land. Kingpin cursed and fired again instantly. The bullet whistled through the air. At such close range, it seemed capable of unleashing its full power, but once again, Kingpin was disappointed. A pair of hands, like the most powerful nightmare in Kingpin's heart, utterly crushed the last hope in his heart. It was as if he had climbed to the entrance of a cave that revealed a faint glimmer of light, only to find that it was merely a drop in the ocean. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The greater the confidence, the greater the arrogance, and the more self-destruction it leads. Just as Master Yi said, always maintain the heart of an apprentice. Pride inevitably leads to failure. The lessons our ancestors taught us must always be remembered. And Kingpin, at this moment, was completely plunged into despair. Not only was the bullet easily crushed by Yi-Shen once again, but even his pistol had vanished without a trace. To die by my hand is an honor bestowed upon you by heaven. Yi-Shen imitated the tone and lines of the King of War, Sparta, speaking with eyes as sharp as an eagle. At this moment, Kingpin's eyes darted around, looking around, as if searching for someone. The girl in purple had become the last ray of sunshine in his heart. Whether he survived depended on her. Yi-Shen had noticed Kingpin's expression long ago, but only smiled slightly, his finger already pulling the trigger at that moment. Bang! A huge gunshot exploded in the air, the entire house seemed to vibrate, the sound waves completely filling the room. Kingpin only felt a loud roar in his ears, but he felt nothing, as if he had lost his body. I'm not dead? A surge of intense excitement rushed into Kingpin's brain, but the next moment, an even more intense pain rushed into his mind first. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered immediately came from Kingpin's mouth. He immediately fell to the ground, his hands instinctively covering his legs. But strangely, neither the huge gunshot nor the terrible scream seemed to attract the attention of anyone else. Outside, the traffic was still bustling, pedestrians were hurrying and shouting, each rushing to their own destination, all looking like busy people. Kingpin's company operated with impeccable order and efficiency. As a company with a mafia background, its rules and hierarchy were even more stringent. Without Kingpin's orders and permission, no one dared approach. Stop yelling. No one will teach you how to yell your lungs out, Yi-Shen said calmly, only to find his tone sounding like a strange man teasing a young girl. Lu coughed awkwardly. Kingpin, even under the sudden and fierce attack, only screamed for a few seconds. As a powerful mafia boss, his fighting ability was comparable to Frank the Punisher, and his endurance was astonishing. He slowly shifted his body towards the table behind him, as if to lean against it. Kid, who are you? I have no grudge against you, why do you want to kill me? A moment later, Kingpin leaned against the table, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. His right hand quietly moved towards Ruo's back, as if searching for something. Yi-Shen saw all of this, but pretended to be completely unconcerned. Just an ordinary resident of Chaoyuan district, unable to tolerate your improper behavior, Yi-Shen fabricated a smile, bringing out the all-powerful Chaoyuan district resident from his past life. I heard you have a little girl here, very cute, I'd like to meet her. Seeing Yi-Shen relax slightly, the man suddenly drew his right hand from behind his back, a golden scepter pointing directly at Yi-Shen. Bang! A violent sound suddenly swept out. The space in front seemed to have been ripped open with a deep, long gash. A 7mm caliber bullet, like a meteor from outer space, hurtled towards Yi-Shen at an incredible speed, leaving only a blur. Kingpin's lips finally curled into a smile, looking at Yi-Shen with the gaze of someone looking at a dead man. Little brother, it seems you haven't figured some things out. The violent sound abruptly stopped in mid-air, as if nothing had happened. The 7mm caliber bullet froze in mid-air. Under Kingpin's astonished gaze, he slowly turned away. Like a movie in slow motion, the image exploded in his mind. Years of training honed his instincts, causing Kingpin to quickly crouch and dodge the terrifying bullet. However, the injury to his thigh forced him to his knees, letting out a suppressed groan. Legs weak? I haven't even made a move yet. Yi-Shen casually toyed with his 7mm bullet, coldly mocking him. Kingpin no longer dared to act rashly. Having spent so many years in the shadows, becoming a powerful gangster wasn't without reason. At least in the face of absolute disadvantage, he would choose to play it safe, avoiding direct confrontation. What do you want? I can give you everything. Judging from Yi-Shen's actions, he didn't want his life. So he must have other motives. He would give anything without hesitation. As long as he was alive, he could always rebuild. You're quite sensible. Yi-Shen paced back and forth in front of Kingpin, a harmless smile on his face. If it weren't for his promise to Natasha, this fat man would have died countless times already. Where is that little girl? The two masterminds who harmed Mindy and Natasha must receive their due punishment. I don't know either. Kingpin shook his head. His eyes were resolute, as if to prove he wasn't lying. You don't know either? Before Yi-Shen arrived, he hadn't sensed any other powerful auras. Now, Kingpin's words further confirmed his suspicion. The little girl wasn't Kingpin's subordinate, but merely temporarily staying here. When does she usually come here? Yi-Shen continued to ask, while toying with a bullet, constantly aiming it at Kingpin, putting invisible pressure on him. That depends on her mood. She might not come today. Kingpin forced himself to stand, placing his thigh on another side to prevent further blood loss. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wait for the little girl to arrive before meeting God. Although he had considered many ways to die, he would never die so miserably. If she hadn't come today, do you think you could have survived? Yi-Shen smiled faintly, as if asking a rhetorical question. Kingpin's heart seemed to stop beating at that moment, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. His throat felt incredibly dry and hoarse. He desperately missed the little girl he used to hate. In the remote town, venom was feasting on severed limbs. The scarlet blood staining the black skin made it appear even more vivid and terrifying. The entire town was filled with a thick smell of blood, like a thick fog that lingered in the air. The place was now filled with a stench of blood. Looks like we're too late, Bucky the Winter Soldier sighed. The smell in the air and the oppressive atmosphere made him understand everything. As long as there are still survivors, we must get through. Roger's face was heavy. He thought again of Yi-Shen's words. You don't have the ability to deal with this monster. If you hadn't stopped me, more people would definitely have survived, Peter roared, and his spider silk shot out again, quickly moving forward. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with self-blame, hating himself for not making a decision sooner. The three rushed into the town as fast as they could. Is this guy even human? Bucky asked in shock at the horrifying scene before him. Blood flowed freely, severed limbs were regrown, heads, buttocks, eyes, and even genitals floated in a sea of blood, like a raging fire. He's there, Peter suddenly shouted, pointing to a slightly blurry but undeniably familiar figure ahead. There was no mistake, that was the parasite, the culprit behind it all. Sacrifice. Roger's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his shield from behind and hurled it. Finally, a muffled sound rang out, and the blurry figure caught Roger's shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield hurtled towards them like lightning, a violent, ear-piercing screeching sound echoing through the air. Clang, a figure rushed out from behind, a gleaming silver arm blocking the oncoming shield. Bug, you're alright. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Association. A voice, seemingly emanating from a damp, dark corner, carried a mournful tone. Venom was astonished that its symbiote hadn't turned Peter into a companion. Peter didn't answer, he was filled only with overwhelming grief and rage. The silk launching device on his palm immediately aimed at Venom. Countless spider silks, densely packed, shot out like a volley of arrows, incredibly fast, seemingly piercing through time and space, leaving not a trace. However, Venom didn't move at all. He slightly raised his arm, and instantly, a black shadow, like blooming flowers, blocked all the silks. The black shadow converged, and the silks vanished from the world forever, like fleeting clouds. Venom, having consumed human blood and flesh, seemed to have become even more powerful. Peter stomped the ground, his entire body shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. The thick blood in the air even congealed on his mask, rushing towards his mouth and nose. This infuriating smell further fueled Peter's power. A chilling killing intent emanated from his body. At this moment, ethics, morality, and social norms were cast aside. Bang! Peter's spear and Venom's right arm collided violently, producing a deafening roar. A fierce gust of wind swept out, causing Rogers and Bucky to involuntarily raise their hands to shield their faces. Just as Venom's black tissue was about to extend onto his arm, Peter quickly pulled away. Simultaneously, a sharp spear, like a scaly tail, suddenly pierced towards Venom from behind. This was Venom's ability, now being used by Peter. You can even replicate my abilities, it seems you've mastered quite a bit. Venom remained unhurried, even having the leisure to observe. Two giant nets shot out from his shoulders, instantly trapping Peter's spear. Still too young. Venom chuckled, its jaws like knives, revealing sharp fangs. It aimed directly at Peter's neck and bit down. And now, Peter. Bang! Just then, the vibranium shield slammed into Venom's head. One or two of his sharp teeth were shattered, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Everyone could hear it. Roar! Venom suddenly turned his head and roared angrily at Rogers. Bang! This time, it was a gleaming silver iron. Different formula, same taste. Venom was clearly hit hard, even Peter had broken through his defenses and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. This punch even severely injured Hardy inside his body, leaving him dizzy. Damn it, humans! With a roar, Venom's body suddenly swelled, and countless black tissues grew outwards with all their might. Within a 2-meter radius, his tissues had completely occupied the area. Retreat. Rogers pulled Peter and quickly retreated. Bucky followed behind Rogers, constantly blocking obstacles for the two of them. In that instant, the Venom expanded dozens of times, becoming as large as a 3-story building. Rogers, Peter, and Bucky stared in shock at the scene before them. This guy was definitely not an ordinary person. 2 more hours, I'll be leaving soon. Time flies. Yi-Shen glanced at the clock on the wall and said casually. Hearing this, Kingpin's previously deathly gray eyes suddenly lit up. 2 more hours, and we'll be safe. If that little girl doesn't come soon, I can guarantee she'll never see that cute, chubby uncle again. These words, like a bucket of ice water poured over Kingpin's head, sent a shiver down his spine. What was there to be afraid of? There was still 1 hour and 58 minutes left. Yi-Shen's expression shifted slightly. But that smile, in Kingpin's eyes, was more terrifying than a demon. Where did this superpowered teenager come from? And those guys, didn't they care about their master at all? So much time had passed, and they hadn't even come to check on him. If he survived, none of them would have a good ending. The second and minute hands ticked slowly, the sound like a deadly bomb, bound to Kingpin's heart. 1 hour left, Yi-Shen said slowly, looking at the hands on the wall. Also, why is it moving so slowly? Did you slow it down? Yi-Shen looked at Kingpin with a skeptical expression. No, absolutely not. Kingpin shook his head vigorously. If only he had really slowed the clock down a little. Damn it. How could I not have thought of that? I'll definitely slow the clock down in the future. Damn it. Didn't she always come to me for things before? What's wrong with her today? Damn it. Kingpin remained calm, cursing the girl in purple in his heart. But in fact, the expression on his face had already betrayed him. Yi-Shen also saw everything and was even more looking forward to the arrival of the girl in purple. What is 42 and 60? Yi-Shen counted on his fingers and asked with a smile. What? Kingpin obviously didn't understand Yi-Shen's meaning and was completely confused. Bang! A Sakatiki suddenly formed in the air and struck Kingpin's shoulder heavily. Thud! His massive body crashed to the ground, his clenched teeth and fierce eyes revealing Kingpin's rage. He could only suppress it, for if he let it out, he might be gone forever. 60 minus 42 equals what? Yi-Shen asked again, his expression calm. It has to be said, the person who invented this game is a true genius. His calm demeanor was filled with an incredibly exciting tension. Kingpin, supporting himself with one hand, spoke. The resentment he wanted to unleash was forcibly suppressed. Very good, it seems you're still quite clear-headed, knowing you only have 18 minutes left. Yi-Shen didn't seem pleased with Kingpin's answer. On the contrary, he was even a little angry. A question even an ordinary elementary school student could answer correctly, yet he hesitated for so long. Even a mediocre student wouldn't be much weaker than a top student. Upon hearing Yi-Shen's words, Kingpin's face turned deathly pale again, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The air fell silent once more. Yi-Shen didn't want to have a deep conversation with Kingpin, because there was no need. Kingpin, too, didn't dare to speak casually, fearing Joguo would throw another punch. Even with his extremely tough body, he couldn't withstand too many heavy blows. In this quiet space, time seemed to pass extremely slowly, even their soft breathing sounded amplified hundreds of times. Suddenly, cheerful music filled the quiet room. Playing cards, well, it's two peasants teaming up to deal with a rich person with a lot of money and stockpiled grain, similar to what you're playing, Yi-Shen explained naturally. But to Kingpin, it sounded like a horror movie, deeply imprinted in his mind. Kingpin couldn't find a good rebuttal. He could only slightly open his mouth, wanting to speak but unable to. But it's alright, as long as that little girl in purple arrives, you'll be fine. Yi-Shen resembled a leisurely old man, reclining in a chair, swaying back and forth. The sound of his Adam's apple bobbing echoed in the air. Jin, unaware that beads of sweat of varying sizes were forming on his forehead and body, noticed that his time was running out. He frequently looked up at the clock on his right. Only 2 minutes left. Yi-Shen seemed not to have even opened her eyes, still lying in the chair, moving slowly. She seems to be here. Just then, a powerful aura faintly appeared in the calm air, like a large stone being thrown into a pond, creating ripples. It grew closer and larger, finally spreading to Yi-Shen's palm. Hey Fatso, why are you kneeling on the ground? Before anyone could be seen in the room, a delicate little girl's voice suddenly rang out. Not bad at all, Yi-Shen thought to himself. A moment later, a little girl in a purple bodysuit skipped into the room. Who are you? The little girl was clearly startled, as she hadn't sensed Yi-Shen's presence at all before. You can call me Big Brother, or Little Brother, whichever you prefer, Yi-Shen said calmly. Big Brother? Little Brother? Gali was clearly unfamiliar with these terms, looking puzzled. Big Fatty, who exactly is he? Gali turned around and asked Kingpin. No, just ask Big Brother. Yes, it's just a form of address, showing respect, Kingpin replied with a forced smile, like a robot. Just now, Yi-Shen's gaze felt like he wanted to devour her. If she didn't say what he wanted, she didn't know if Gali could have protected herself. Oh, I see. Then I'll call you Little Brother. Little Brother, you can call me Gali. Gali smiled gently, her rosy cheeks looking extremely cute. Gali? The daughter of the planet eater, Yi-Shen immediately made the connection in his mind. After all, the daughter of the planet eater had visited Earth and even liked the planet. But it seemed the little girl was indeed a bit slow-witted. Or rather, it was adorably silly. At this moment, Kingpin finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer worried about his life, because the person Yi-Shen was looking for was Gali. Big guy, what happened to you? Gali looked at Kingpin and asked curiously. Kingpin's eyes darted around, giving Yi-Shen a wary look, hesitating. He really wanted to tell him about Yi-Shen's torment of him, but he couldn't guarantee Gali would help him. She might even be secretly laughing. Besides, if Gali wasn't a match for Yi-Shen, he'd probably be nothing but a corpse in no time. Caught in this dilemma, the words he wanted to say were forgotten deep in his heart. It's nothing. The two words he managed to utter at the last moment were soft and powerless. Humans are really strange. Do they really have to hurt themselves? Chapter 157 Secret. Yang Li sneered at the police officer, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Little ancestor, no, I was injured by this man in front of me, Kingpin screamed inwardly. But an invisible pressure emanating from Jogoi prevented him from uttering the words. Little brother, what are you doing here? Playing with you, Yi Shen said with a smile. I love playing with others. What do you want to play? Jia Li had already forgotten about Kingpin, her expression full of excitement. It seemed she really enjoyed playing. Whatever you want to play, I'll play with you. Yi Shen got up from the recliner, walked to Jia Li's side, and looked at this adorable, somewhat silly girl. Then let's go, Li blurted out. She instantly transformed into a streak of light, leaping out of the room. Don't spread what happened today, or you'll taste your own brains, Yi Shen warned, his eyes filled with killing intent. Venom, whose body had suddenly become incredibly large, clearly took the initiative. Like a giant facing an ignorant human, the smell of blood filled the air. Whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart rang out, like a sharp iron nail scraping against a throat. It made one feel a chill on their neck, as if a cool autumn breeze was blowing. Hundreds of black shadows swept in like a storm, like blooming pufferfish or dark sea urchins. They blotted out the sky, making it almost impossible for Rogers and his companions to dodge. Spider-Man was the first to rush out, seemingly wanting to defeat Venom single-handedly. Don't be reckless, Rogers roared. The muscles in his thighs hardened instantly, like a sports car revved to its maximum, and he shot off with a whoosh thump. Clang. Thump. A clear, cowbell-like sound rang out, and countless black shadows were blocked by Peter. They couldn't even get close to his body. Rogers, who was about to raise his shield, was clearly stunned. What was this? Magic? A magic shield, but it can only be used once. Peter shook his head regretfully. In the instant before Venom and the others could recover, the Spider-Man suit erupted with ferocious power again. It swept away all the black shadows with overwhelming force, and then, as if teleporting, he appeared in front of Venom. Before the words were finished, Peter's steel-like fist, like a mountain crashing down, slammed into Venom's head. The endless black tissue crumbled under the force of this blow, revealing Hardy's face inside. Stunned, terrified, even somewhat unrecognizable. It seemed that hiding in the darkness was his final destination. Why are you helping him? Peter asked, puzzled. As a symbiote, can you even accept cannibalism? None of your business, Hardy roared, finally realizing what was happening. The black tissue from all directions immediately converged on his face, covering it again. Venom, stop playing dead, I'm going to kill him. Hardy, whose appearance had been revealed, had completely lost his mind. He had only one thought in his mind, kill Peter. As you command, Venom's dark voice rang out, as if he had regained his power and returned to his youth. Bang! A black shadow, like an iron hammer, suddenly attacked Venom's back, striking Peter's chest with tremendous force. Fortunately, the high-tech Spider-Man suit provided by Yi Shen helped him block the attack. Otherwise, even if he wasn't seriously injured, his fighting ability would be greatly reduced. Go! Rogers noticed the dazed Peter and shouted to Bucky beside him. Taking the lead, he grabbed his vibranium shield and rushed forward quickly. Thud. Venom's fighting power was at its peak. He could easily take on two people at once and directly block the oncoming Rogers. And you. Bucky's metal arm was instantly wrapped by Venom's black tissue. The force, as fierce as a volcanic eruption, couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Venom. You trash, you'll all die here today, Venom roared, its black tissue expanding again, threatening to engulf all three. Pull them away. Although he didn't know the consequences of entering, Rogers knew he couldn't risk it. A force of immense power surged from his very bones, extending to his arm. The terrifying strength, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, instantly tore Venom's black shadow apart, and he rushed outwards. Bucky, I'm here to help you. Rogers saw Bucky still trapped and immediately rushed over. After decades of being best friends, their reunion was undoubtedly a testament to their deep bond. Raising his shield, he slashed wildly at the black tissue binding Bucky. In an instant, the black shadow scattered, and Rogers seized the opportunity to pull Bucky free. And Spider-Man, Rogers, having just gotten up, later learned that he was trapped inside. Looks like your brothers abandoned you, Venom chuckled, mocking Peter mercilessly. Endless black tissue surged towards Peter's location, like a massive wave casting a terrifying shadow. If it were to crash down on a body, it would likely shatter into pieces. However, Peter showed no fear in his eyes, instead staring intently at Venom, seemingly unconcerned. Still putting on airs, this nonchalant expression instantly enraged Venom. Was he really that powerless? Was he too handsome? Or did his face possess an innate charisma? Venom was momentarily stunned. Whoosh! But then, The wave of black tissue engulfed Peter. Even Rogers couldn't get close, and could only watch helplessly as Peter vanished before his eyes. Silence, stillness, deathly silence. Rogers and Bucky's eyes were lifeless, as if they had lost a comrade in arms. It was as if they themselves had indirectly caused Peter's death. A fierce flame suddenly ignited in Rogers' eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. This was the flame of revenge. For the 50-odd people in the bar, for the hundreds of resigned souls in the town, and for the brave and fearless Spider-Man Peter. Rogers, don't be impulsive. Bucky placed a hand on Rogers' shoulder, comforting him. The saying impulsiveness is the devil was clearly not well understood by Americans. After all, no one had truly made them remember it. Golly flew very fast, instantly emerging from the clouds and reaching the highest point of the atmosphere. Oxygen was scarce here, but it had no effect on Golly. What are you doing here? Yi-Shen looked at the vast expanse of white clouds, but found nothing of significance. He couldn't even detect a ripple of energy. Sometimes, I enjoy this feeling of suffocation, as if your mind and body are completely separated. Gaily looked extremely happy, her flushed face as alluring and delicious as a ripe red apple. What a strange idea indeed. Yi-Shen was a little confused, but still gave a faint smile. This was a way of showing respect to the aliens. The two lingered at the highest point of the atmosphere for a while, talking about many things before leisurely departing and heading further afield. Following gaily, they flew ever onward. Although Yi-Shen had seen the scenery along the way many times, each time he re-examined it, he always discovered a different, unique flavor. Stonehenge, the Bermuda Triangle, the Elephant of Zeus at Olympia. Yi-Shen looked at the buildings and ancient ruins with their numerical numbers, and unknowingly, the temperature gradually dropped. Had they arrived at the South Pole or the North Pole? Observing the situation in Ruozhao, Yi-Shen immediately drew his own conclusion. This was the North Pole, which should have countless large icebergs, but now there were only a few scattered ones. Ruozhao, wait for me, Yi-Shen shouted, quickly catching up with Gailey's pace. After traversing the few remaining icebergs, they arrived at a relatively small one. Seeing this iceberg, he felt a deathly aura. Even creatures of all kinds hesitated to venture here. Within a radius of 100 meters, not a trace of life could be sensed. Only a very few daring creatures dared to approach the edge, using their extremely sensitive senses to explore this land of death. Little White, Gaily suddenly called out, startling Yi-Shen. A snow-white bear cub, lively and playful, was running around on the small iceberg. Upon hearing Gaily's voice, it became even more excited and rushed over. Is this keeping a pet? Yi-Shen now understood why this iceberg was so lifeless. It was all caused by this extraordinary woman before him. They are all poor creatures abandoned by their families, with nowhere to go, so I let them live here. Although they cannot sense the vastness of the outside world, they can grow up in peace. Gaily came to the little white bear and affectionately stroked its head. For some reason, Yi-Shen felt something was off when he saw Gaily's eyes. That look didn't seem like that of a loving owner. On the contrary, it seems like the thoughts of a strange woman who waits for her pet to grow up and then does something are indeed the hardest to guess. Especially an alien woman, who is even more baffling. Them? Is there more than one? Yi-Shen grasped the most crucial point. Of course, otherwise how can we play together? Gaily's sudden change seemed to reveal a secret, and a large group of small animals quickly emerged from behind the iceberg. Dolphins, blue whales, penguins, sea lions, all the animals that can live in cold regions were gathered here by her. Were they all abandoned by their families? Yi-Shen asked doubtfully. Some were the only ones left in their families. It's so dangerous outside, there's no one to rely on, so I brought them back. Gaily's eyes darted away, not answering Yi-Shen's question directly. Why are you asking me so many questions? I don't even know your name yet. At this moment, the adorable Gaily's brain circuits finally caught up. Her reaction time was frighteningly long. Is this also a characteristic of aliens? Chapter 158 Implementation. Didn't I tell you? My name is Little Brother, have you forgotten? Yi-Shen replied with a slight smile. Anyone could see that he was just toying with her. No, everyone on Earth has a name. You're lying to me, Gaily shouted, as if suddenly enlightened, and took a step back. This person is a big liar. Yi-Shen simply smiled, not flustered by Gaily's suspicion, because he knew her only weakness. Do you think I'm a liar? A warm sun suddenly rose in the cold air, and although the sky was still covered with dark clouds, The temperature suddenly increased. Gailey's eyes suddenly lit up, like a traveler in the desert seeing a shimmering oasis. I want it. Gailey suddenly jumped forward, instantly reaching Yishen's side, her pale, jade-like right hand grabbing Yishen's palm. She really is a glutton. Yishen smiled slightly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Give it to me now. Garley County tried her best to reach it, but it seemed like a world away, unattainable. It was as if an invisible barrier completely separated her. Now, do you know who I am? Yishen asked calmly. I know, you're the little brother. Without thinking, she blurted out. The ball in her palm, like a fireball, completely attracted her attention. In your knowledge, there's only one piece of candy left. She lowered her hand. Garley County was like a ball of water, her hands arching forcefully, her hands wide open, and she could put the ball in the middle. So delicious. She made a small head, looking very happy. Little one, do you have any more? It would be a show of no talent, or it would be a source of wealth. A thought flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. I'll go to you from now on. It's much better than being around a big group of kids. There's no good food at all. If you eat too much candy, be careful your teeth will break. She smiled and her small, soft nose felt very nice. Sure enough, when she was a little girl, her whole body was full of water, and even if she lost all her teeth, she would still eat. Hearing this, Zai-Si knew there was a chance and immediately stopped Yishen. I want more now, Nianling said, her eyes fixed on Yishen. No, there's none left now. She thought it through and refused righteously. Actually, as long as she had the gem, she could generate as much energy as she wanted. No, I want it. In a coquettish tone, Jia clung to Yishen. The power within her body surged uncontrollably. As her emotions became unstable, the power grew even more ferocious, like a raging river, wave after wave. But no matter what Jia did, she couldn't shake Yishen. She was still just a child, her body and strength far from their peak. So, with just a little effort, he could suppress Jia power, preventing her from causing any trouble. Tell me first, what are you keeping these little animals for? Yishen retorted. Jia was speechless and stopped clinging to Yishen. She seemed to be in a predicament. These are for your kidneys. Just as Yishen was about to speak, Gailey's words plunged the atmosphere into chilling, even slightly awkward, silence. How did this alien brat know so much? Looking at their faces, tell me, what are they for? Yishen picked up the little white bear and placed it in front of Gailey, asking seriously. Gailey took a deep breath but still didn't say what these little animals were for. These little animals surrounded Gailey, as if they were on command. To others, it might be difficult to see the reason, but to Yishen, it was easy to see the strange light in the animals' eyes. If you want candy, then tell me why you've imprisoned them here. Yishen used his most threatening words. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Gailey's face immediately fell, turning ashen. She glanced at the small animals, then at Yishen, seemingly unable to decide. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and it felt as if she had returned to a few minutes ago, that familiar smell wafting through the air again. I want to eat. Galena was immediately tempted and shouted loudly. She rushed over, her delicate hands, like a kitten's paws, grabbing at Yishen forcefully. Tell me, and I'll give it to you, Yishen said calmly. Galena originally wanted to use her power to forcibly obtain it. But in the end, she found that what she was about to face was as vast as the primordial chaos, like a boundless ocean, making her hesitate. Alright, faced with absolute power, Galena finally chose to compromise. After all, the allure of Dong Huangxu was simply too strong, especially for a professional foodie like her. They were indeed abandoned by their families, and I raised them. Bah, I protect them here, hoping they can live a perfect life. And then what? The following is the most important point. Of course, I'll eat them. As a reward for raising them with all my hard work. Gailey said this without batting an eye, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Wow, Yishen couldn't help but slap his head. This little one, her head really only thinks about food. Besides eating, do you have any other pursuits? Yishen sighed softly. Of course I do. Finding delicious food, Gailey excitedly raised her hands, her eyes filled with longing. Sure enough, whether you're from Earth or alien, nothing can change your foodie nature. Also, you didn't bring me here just to see these little animals, did you? Yishen temporarily put the animals aside and asked more deeply. Well, I want you to help me open something, It's not going to be food again, is it? Gaily, who had been quite reserved, immediately couldn't hold back after hearing Yi Shen's words. She angrily swung her hand and hit Yi Shen hard. Now, every time I bring it up, it's about food? Can't we have a proper conversation and play together? Fine, take me to see. Yi Shen dodged forward, avoiding Gailey's attack, and suddenly realized something was off about the space ahead. Here, Yi Shen reached out and touched the air in front of him, feeling as if he were touching a smooth, transparent glass plate. Energy slowly gathered in his palm, then gradually condensed towards the glass plate. It quickly dissolved the barrier, revealing its true form. What is this? Seeing the scene before him, Yi Shen was utterly shocked. Purple light radiated outwards, like the colorful lights of a disco in a bar, dazzlingly bright. The deathly aura contained within the light further astonished Yi Shen. This thing is definitely not from Earth. Did you bring it from another planet? Yi Shen pointed to the angular crystal in front of him and asked seriously. Of course, otherwise do you think Earth would have something so powerful? Gali replied dismissively. Clearly, she was quite skeptical of Yi Shen's question. It was so obvious, did she really need to ask? Then what do you need me to do? Yi Shen asked slowly. Help me block the energy of this entity, and then I can give it to Gali. Gali hesitated, too embarrassed to say the word eat, otherwise, she'd get scolded by Yi Shen again. What's in it for helping you block it? Yi Shen asked casually. He wouldn't do this kind of hard work for free. Benefits? Gali couldn't think of anything that could satisfy Yi Shen's conditions for a moment. If you can't think of anything, then I'll tell you. Okay, tell me. The adorable Gali could only reluctantly accept Yi Shen's conditions. Just agree to one condition, Yi Shen said slowly. Go ahead. Gali felt a little uneasy, sensing that Yi Shen was going to trick her. Yi Shen whispered his conditions in Gali's ear. Is that all? Gali said in surprise, clearly not believing it at all. Do I need to be with you? Yi Shen rolled his eyes helplessly. The little girl was indeed very naive. She couldn't even distinguish between truth and lies. Luckily, she was an alien. If she were an Earthling, she would have been kidnapped and taken somewhere long ago. She might even have become someone else's child prostitute. At this moment, a stream of light broke through the darkness that enveloped the space. It was like a seed crushed under a rock, struggling to break free and grow fearlessly. Huh? What? Venom was startled. His body was suddenly out of control. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out, as if the entire sky had exploded, with rolling dark clouds and lightning churning within. A swift figure burst forth from within, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, spreading its beautiful wings. Spider-Man? How could this be? Venom exclaimed in surprise and anger, completely forgetting that his body had been riddled with bullet holes. Like a frail body caught in a tornado, it lurched and plummeted. Thump! A dull thud echoed through the sky. A few pale teeth dangled in the air, dancing in the wind. Bang! The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that seemed to rise like a thick smog. Rogers and Bucky shielded their faces with their hands, but their eyes were fixed on the mist. Peter's ability to escape from the venomous body truly shocked them. A gentle breeze blew, gradually dissipating the mist. When the two saw Peter's figure, the black body had vanished. Only a blood-soaked town remained, thick blood, and those gruesome dismembered limbs. He escaped? Rogers clenched his fists. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to accept the fact. No, if I block it, you can't touch it. Yi Shen gave a strict order, forbidding Gaily from swallowing the thing. Dad loves to devour planets, and his daughter, too, loves to hunt down anything with energy to eat. Do I want some, little brother? Gaily pouted, her delicate nose and little mouth pouting, looking pitiful. This way of acting cute seems innate. She's completely different from little girls on Earth, but the feeling is unmistakable. No way, Yi Shen refused decisively. He couldn't let her develop this habit, otherwise she'd definitely be acting cute every day, just to get food. HMPH. Bad brother. I'm ignoring you. Gaily turned her head away resentfully, her puffed up face making her even cuter. What a naughty girl. Chapter 159 Data. Yi Shen shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, all little girls are the same, easily angered and prone to whining. He wondered what her father, Devouring Star, would think if he saw this. He'd definitely be so surprised his jaw would drop and his eyes would pop out. He let Gaily play with the small animals around her, teasing them. For some reason, He was always a little afraid that she might accidentally eat them. Yi-Shen shook his head and then walked towards the crystal radiating purple light. The closer he got, the more intense the deathly aura within it became, so strong it threatened to absorb the vibrant life force within him. What on earth was that? His steps slowed, and his movements became more cautious. Although he possessed 2 infinity stones and was incredibly powerful, he still needed to maintain absolute focus when facing the unknown. He couldn't underestimate it, otherwise, he would become arrogant and inevitably suffer severe injuries. Yi-Shen approached step by step, his entire body beginning to glow with an unusual color. Azure, golden, and deep black, like bandages tightly binding it, the deathly aura emanating from the crystal, upon sensing Yi-Shen's approach, turned red like a shark smelling blood, its eyes turning red as it charged forward. Like a predator beginning its hunt, it frantically attacked and tore at Yi-Shen, the extreme pressure almost suffocating him. However, Yi-Shen, protected by various energies, paid no heed to these deathly auras. They couldn't even get close, crumbling as if hitting a metal plate. With powerful strides, he slowly approached the crystal. A surge of molten lava, like erupting from the lowest point of a volcano, slammed into Yi-Shen's face with devastating force. The dense deathly aura condensed into a longsword that could cut through iron like mud, slashing down furiously. Unclaimed object, do you really think you're so powerful? Yi-Shen's face instantly turned icy, a chilling glint of light flashing forth. The devastating longsword was forced to lower itself under this icy light. Unable to advance an inch, completely suppressed by absolute power. Under the crushing force of absolute power, the crystal let out a roar that sounded like an alien language. Yi-Shen couldn't understand a word, raised his arm, and slammed it down. The seemingly indestructible crystal suddenly developed countless dense cracks on its surface, extending wildly in all directions. When it reached its peak, the crystal shattered, revealing its true form. At this moment, even the angry Gaily craned her neck, full of curiosity. A gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva suddenly echoed in the air. Gaily quickly covered her throat, her pretty face blushing like a ripe apple. Don't eat. Yi-Shen turned around leisurely, pointed at Gaily, and warned her sternly. Turning around directly, his fair neck was incredibly red, he was almost bursting with anger. Am I really like that? If you didn't have something delicious to eat, I would have beaten you up already. Recalling that warm sun, Gaily's mouth involuntarily watered. This was definitely the most delicious energy she had ever tasted. Yi-Shen stretched out his right hand, protected by the energy of the 2 infinity stones, breaking through the barrier of death energy and touching the crystal. Instantly, a massive surge of information rushed into Yi-Shen's head. A moment later, a strong, throbbing pain appeared, as if his head was about to explode. Damn it! What the hell is this? Yi-Shen cursed inwardly. His terrifying strength allowed him to withstand the pain and even carefully observe the information. Daughter of Death? Grim Reaper? Collapse? Twilight? A series of images flashed through Yi-Shen's mind, almost impossible to grasp, leaving only vague guesses. What on earth is this? Yi-Shen abruptly cut off the memories in his mind, not wanting to deal with it anymore. As the memories were interrupted, the object inside the crystal was suddenly taken out. It was actually a token-like thing. What is this? It looks like something used by ancient Chinese officials when attending court. Yi-Shen looked at this thing, very puzzled. This is. Just then, Gaily's surprised voice rang out, stammering for a long time without being able to say what it was. I forgot. After a while, Gaily tapped her head, looking very regretful. Oh my god, you're not here to get revenge on me, are you? I gave you so much expectation for nothing. Hearing this, Yi-Shen wanted to beat Gaily up. If you remember, I'll give it to you to eat. In Yi-Shen's palm, another warm, sun-like energy sphere appeared. Gaily's eyes widened when she saw it, completely unable to look away. Think it over, then come find me. Yi-Shen, carrying the purple plaque, tore open a special rift and headed to New York. Gaily stood there blankly for a while before snapping out of her daze. She'd accidentally fallen into memories of the exquisite food again. Wait for me, Gaily shouted angrily at the Sky 1.0 through the bear he was carrying, nicknamed Little White, onto the iceberg and soared into the sky. Don't even think about taking my food. Tony arrived at Kingpin's mob headquarters. Seeing the deserted scene, he had Jarvis scan the area first. Mr. Stark, this should be Kingpin's company. Jarvis's words made Tony understand completely. It was definitely a personal grudge, Otherwise, why would Yi-Shen care about the mob? Let's go in and see. Tony hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to go in. Curiosity killed the cat. That saying was true. Kingpin was currently furious. He had severely reprimanded all his men. The worst hit one had a face swollen from being beaten, a mix of bruises and bright red, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Knowing this was Kingpin's company, Tony didn't take off his Iron Man suit and flew straight in. Strange, why is there no one here? Tony looked around at the empty, deserted space, wondering. Such a large company, not a soul in sight. It was truly bizarre. Seeing this, Tony became even more vigilant, slowly making his way inside. Little did he know, everyone was currently being reprimanded by Kingpin. Sir, infrared detection detected. 15 people have gathered in the house to your left. Jarvis's voice suddenly rang out as Tony slowly advanced, immediately reminding him. Is Kingpin in there too? Tony asked softly. Yes, Master, Jarvis replied immediately. Prepare for battle, I'm going in. By the way, is Yi-Shen in there? Just as he was about to storm in, Tony suddenly asked. We haven't found Mr. Yi-Shen yet, Jarvis replied after a moment. He's not in here? Is this kid after me? Tony immediately became suspicious and calmed down. If Mr. Yi-Shen wasn't in here, he had no reason to provoke Kingpin. Although Kingpin was a ruthless villain, a complete scoundrel and a superhero's adversary, Tony wanted to leave this troublemaker to S.H.I.E.L.D. The memory of being rejected last time was still fresh in his mind. Tony hesitated for a moment, then prepared to leave. There was no need to waste his energy on Kingpin. Now, Tony just wanted to find Mr. Yi-Shen and have a proper discussion. Sir, prepare for battle. Someone's coming out, Jarvis suddenly warned. Tony's expression changed, and just as he was about to activate his jetpack to leave, the door in front of him was kicked open with a bang. The furious Kingpin immediately noticed Tony in his Iron Man suit. Iron Man, a chorus of surprised and confused voices suddenly rang out. Gentlemen, I'm just here to test fly the Iron Man suit. I have no intention of starting a war. Tony forced a smile and extended his hands in a gesture of peace. Damn it. Iron Man can't act arrogantly on my turf, Kingpin roared. Still seething with anger after being dealt with by Yi-Shen, he was looking for an outlet for his fury. Perfect. Iron Man Tony was the perfect target. Stop him, Kingpin roared furiously. He charged forward like a cannonball, his head slamming into the air. The air seemed to be torn apart, creating a hissing sound. Tony didn't dare to be careless. He simultaneously unleashed his iron fist, propelled by the booster, so fast that he was invisible. Bang! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The white powder layer on the surrounding walls was shattered, turning into dust that drifted through the air. The henchmen behind Kingpin, struck by the impact, lost their footing and were about to fall to the ground. Useless. You can't even withstand this, Kingpin cursed, his eyes filled with contempt. Their fists separated, but the shockwaves left an indelible mark on the room. Tony was utterly shocked. Kingpin's strength far exceeded his expectations. While not comparable to the Hulk, it wasn't far weaker. This single punch had damaged the experimental Iron Man suit by 3%. And Kingpin seemed completely unharmed. Ha! Kingpin roared, his entire body tensing, every muscle bulging, making him appear larger. Despite his large size, Kingpin's body fat percentage was significantly lower than that of a typical S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such strength, reflexes, and speed. Like an arrow released from a bow, Kingpin charged forward, his weapon gleaming coldly. A sharp killing intent erupted, inspiring fear. On his Iron Man suit, neatly arranged missiles suddenly appeared, aimed at the charging Kingpin. While not as powerful as Kingpin, Tony, a former arms dealer, was most adept at using bullets. Facing the whistling, overwhelming rain of missiles, Kingpin showed no panic. His massive body dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding all the attacks. Inhuman? Holy crap, that's strong? With his advanced technology, Tony could clearly see Kingpin's movements and his jaw dropped. Although he knew Kingpin was powerful from S.H.I.E.L.D. files, he never imagined he would be this monstrous. Seemingly a fat man who only directed from behind the scenes, prone to wetting himself in front of the camera, he was actually completely different. Damn Yi-Shen. At this moment, Tony couldn't help but curse. It was Yi-Shen who deliberately tricked him. Bang! Thud! Shia! Chapter 160 Swift as the wind. A series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. At the point of impact, the air around the two seemed to shatter completely. They were locked in a fierce battle. In this moment, whoever lost in terms of momentum would die. A gang leader, does he really think he's so powerful? Tony's pent-up anger finally erupted. I'll teach you a lesson like that brat Shin. Heat flames erupted from his arms and feet, and with powerful propulsion, he forcefully overpowered Kingpin. Yang 730, Kingpin was also filled with rage. Few in the underworld could withstand an enraged Kingpin. Like an enraged Hulk, his strength only grew more terrifying. His leather shoes, made from leather, had pierced the floor and embedded themselves deep in the soil. Kingpin's figure stopped at this moment, refusing to retreat another step. Iron Man Tony, you think you're so great just because you have an Iron Man suit? I've been fed up with you for ages. Kingpin's eyes suddenly sharpened, like a typhoon about to erupt from a volcano. Beneath the calm lay a devastating storm. Boom! A surge of fierce energy erupted from Kingpin's body. Crack! The steel on Tony's arm shattered. The sound of a fragment falling to the ground was incredibly jarring. The suit is damaged, suffering 10% damage. Jarvis's voice rang out immediately. Tony's expression changed drastically. If he hadn't been using the experimental Mark 50, he would have already blown Kingpin and the house up. Sherlock! You forced me to do this, Tony roared. He ordered Jarvis to concentrate all the energy in his chest. This time, he would defeat Kingpin in one fell swoop. I'll kill you, as Jarvis channeled all the combat energy within his Iron Man suit into the cluster cannon on his chest. A dazzling light blazed in the air, momentarily blinding everyone. Boss, watch out! The other henchmen were astonished by the light from the cluster cannon on Tony's chest. But Kingpin merely squinted, gripping his head tightly, his scepter as sharp as a longsword. Iron Man, today I'll make you die here. Kingpin's eyes widened in fury as he took steps towards Tony. He swung his scepter horizontally, unleashing a powerful force that sliced through the air. Veins bulged on his arms, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, sending chills down one's spine. Boom! The energy reached its peak, unleashing a laser beam nearly 30 centimeters wide. Aimed at Kingpin's head, it contained terrifying energy capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Die? You piece of trash who can only hide in an iron box. Kingpin stomped his feet on the ground, leaping into the air. From high above, he unleashed a powerful punch, his scepter gleaming with sharp edges, along with a fist as hard as a hammer. Thud! The seemingly invincible, world-destroying laser beam was actually blocked by Kingpin's scepter. It even seemed about to slice in two. Die? Kingpin roared again. He exploded, his entire body erupting with boundless power. It was as if his bones were shattered and his blood evaporated, releasing all the power within him in one fell swoop. Crack! Crack! Subtle cracking sounds gradually came from Tony's Iron Man suit. Cracks started on his arms and moved up his body, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. 50% damage to the suit. Jarvis's warning voice rang out again. Damn it! This muscle-bound, brainless brute. Tony's expression hardened, and he sneered angrily. The worst kind of person was this kind of mindless brute. Jarvis, get some parts from home. I'm going to teach this big guy a lesson, Tony said coldly. Kingpin had completely enraged him. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have to teach him a lesson. Yes, Mr. Stark, Jarvis replied mechanically. As the armor on his hands shattered, Tony hesitated, afraid to use his right hand to directly confront Kingpin. Aha! Kingpin roared, seemingly concentrating all his power into his scepter, miraculously cleaving a path through the laser beam. Useless. Don't even think about running. Kingpin's face was close to Tony's at lightning speed. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Tony's fighting spirit was ignited. If his right hand was useless, he'd use his left. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as steel and the scepter clashed. Kingpin's unstoppable offensive was actually blocked by Tony with one hand. You gangsters, don't you know to take every challenger seriously? Although I didn't come here to challenge you intentionally, flames erupted from the thrusters on his arm, forcefully pressing down Kingpin's right hand, which was gripping the scepter. Go, kill this playboy. Kill him for the boss. The surrounding henchmen immediately sprang into action, grabbing whatever weapons they could and hurling them at Tony. Jarvis, teach them a lesson, Tony said coldly. These small fry only dared to jump around at times like this. Fully armed bullets lined up on the Iron Man suit, aimed directly at the thugs. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets all hit the soles of their feet, scaring these cowards who only dared to feign strength into immediately stopping in their tracks. Countless beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and even their legs were trembling. If they had been a step slower, they might have died here. Everyone was thinking the same thing. At their level, the youthful passion had long since faded, and they valued life and death more. Only someone like Kingpin could maintain such an absolute fighting spirit, indifferent to life and death. You think you can stop me like that? You bastard! Kingpin's wrist tightened. Tony's left hand creaked, seemingly about to shatter under the weight. Bang! In the blink of an eye, before Tony could react, the steel armor on his left hand shattered. Sharp pieces of iron flew through the air before slowly falling to the ground, scattering everywhere. I told you, you're going to die here today. Kingpin grabbed Peter's retreating left hand, the immense pressure making his arm seem about to break. Leave your filthy hand here first. A murderous glint flashed in Kingpin's eyes as he clenched his left hand, ready to smash it down on Tony's left hand. Jarvis, hurry. The Iron Man suit's energy is no longer enough to stop Kingpin. The only hope now is Jarvis. Bang! Just as Kingpin's left fist was about to strike Tony's upper left, a massive iron fist slammed into Kingpin's face. The overwhelming force sent Kingpin flying. He crashed to the ground, leaving a long, thin gash, breaking several walls before finally coming to a stop. All hands on deck. I can tell, Jarvis. Tony turned his left, finding nothing amiss, and realized the situation. He moved his right, and a massive iron fist appeared, as if Jack's giant hand had been attached to the Iron Man suit. Now it's my turn, Tony sneered. With the thruster's firepower, he was in front of Kingpin in an instant. Looking at the shattered walls behind him, he smiled. Hello. I am Tony Stark, owner of Stark Industries. Nice to meet you. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Behind Kingpin, the walls that had stood firm, now mostly crumbled to dust. You son of a bitch. Fuck your mother. Kingpin's eyes were bloodshot, his horns stained with what appeared to be a trickle of blood. But his tone was defiant. Very bold, aren't you? But I love teaching tough guys like you a lesson, Tony said calmly. A row of sharp blades appeared on his massive iron fist, aimed at Kingpin's abdomen. A mouthful of blood gushed from Kingpin's abdomen, staining the ground. His clothes were also stained crimson. HMPH. Poor man, he doesn't even know what happened to his own father. Kingpin grinned, revealing scarlet teeth. What did you say? Tony, with his sharpest senses, caught it, grabbing Kingpin by the collar and demanding angrily. Ho ha, the seemingly dashing Stark doesn't even know how his own father died. How pathetic, Kingpin laughed wildly. Seeing Tony's furious face only made him happier. Tell me, or I'll kill you, the metal arm lashed out, gripping Kingpin's neck tightly. Instantly, his face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his blood vessels seemingly doubling in size. Sir, if you hold him for another 30 seconds, he'll suffocate, Jarvis suddenly warned. Die? I want him dead. Although on the surface Tony didn't care about his father at all, even resenting his early departure and leaving him to live alone for so long, he actually missed Howard Stark dearly. Fatherly love was unattainable for Tony, making it all the more precious. He just didn't want to show it. Tell me. Who killed my father? Tony's anger erupted, his arm tightening even more. Bright red blood trickled from Kingpin's mouth, his ruddy face turning purple, and finally, slowly paling. You think I'd tell you? A billionaire, nothing but a pathetic wretch. Even as he suffocated, Kingpin maintained his smile, utterly ironic. Then die, Tony roared, channeling the energy of his entire Iron Man suit into his right arm. The sound of bones shattering echoed. It seemed that with just a little more force, his neck would snap, his brain completely separated from his body. Speak. You beast. Don't. Tony's reason was about to be completely overwhelmed by rage, but at this crucial moment, his inner morality restrained his actions. Ha. Kingpin couldn't speak, his throat was blocked by small bones, rendering him speechless. More importantly, he had only heard about his father's death once. Chapter 161. He had no idea what had actually happened, nor did he delve into it. After all, it was a military secret, heavily guarded. Without certain authority and qualifications, it was impossible to get close. Tony's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast about to lose its mind, ready to strike its prey. Let him go. Suddenly, a familiar, menacing voice rang out. Tony felt as if he had been thrown in naked into Antarctica, the biting wind howling, the chill piercing to the bone. His burning embers had been suddenly plunged into icy water, instantly cooled. Kingpin's massive body slammed to the ground, trembling slightly. Who? Tony raised his head, his eyes wide with fury. Chen Feng, his voice lowered slightly, a mixture of doubt and fear in his voice. What are you doing here? Did you trick me into coming here? Tony was immediately confused, his face blank. I told you I tricked you, I just went out to choose something. Chen Feng turned around, glanced at the ravaged Kingpin's well, and sighed. He knew that during this time, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't continue investigating Kingpin. Otherwise, if Natasha discovered Kingpin's severe injuries, she would definitely become suspicious. It might even escalate into a cat-and-mouse game. Chen Feng didn't want to put on another show like last time. You'll be leaving the group temporarily until you've fully recovered, Chen Feng commanded, like a gangster boss. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? Acting arrogantly in front of us. Kid, kneel down and we might spare your life, we're not letting him go so easily. Lick my shoes and bark a few times before you leave. Kingpin's henchmen scrambled to their feet, roaring arrogantly. But they completely ignored the trembling in Kingpin's eyes, the fear that emanated from the depths of his heart. These bastards. They're good for nothing but causing trouble. It's been a long time since I've heard anyone dare speak to me like that. Chen Feng's eyes flashed, like a sharp red sword piercing their hearts. The devil, God, Jesus, save me. At this moment, everyone was terrified, as if they had seen a demon. Their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground, some even with strange liquid flowing from between their thighs. A foul stench filled the air, making everyone nauseous. Clang. A sharp sword aura swept out, and space and time seemed to freeze because of this sword. Everyone paled under its power. Thump. 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 San Ying's head rolled carelessly on the ground. Gushing blood flowed from his neck like a spring. The last remaining blonde-haired man went completely mad, howling like a banshee. He collapsed to the ground after only a few moments of thrashing. Chen Feng's ruthless methods instilled fear in everyone present. Not only Kingpin, but even Tony, who had known Chen Feng for a long time, had never witnessed such a state. Clang. Another sword aura swept out, and the blonde-haired man's thigh was severed in an instant. The intense pain forced him to scream and sit up. The sight of the blood and severed thigh violently assaulted his senses. Use your filthy mouth to lick his shoes. Chen Feng pointed to a burly man dead beside the blonde-haired man and spoke slowly. The blonde-haired man seemed startled, not quite understanding, looking at Chen Feng in confusion. Kingpin and Tony both stared at Chen Feng in utter astonishment. The seemingly refined, approachable Chen Feng was so violent. He extended his right hand and pressed down slightly, and then the blonde-haired man's head also tilted downwards. Didn't you hear me telling you to lick his shoes? With another flick of his index finger, the blonde-haired man's tongue suddenly darted out of his mouth, a tiny bit near the burly man's shoe. The strong smell of blood immediately assaulted his nostrils, causing a sharp nausea in his stomach. His stomach churned, as if he was about to vomit everything up. But an invisible pressure forced the blonde-haired man to stay alert, his tongue licking back and forth on the burly man's blood-soaked shoe. Very good, that's right. Don't you like licking shoes? A deep voice, like that of a demon from hell, sent chills down one's spine. This was absolute suppression of strength. Kingpin, witnessing the scene, was completely stunned, not even glancing at Chen Feng. Golly, standing beside him, seemed extremely excited, her eyes gleaming with a brilliant light. Watch your words in the future, trouble comes from the mouth, you know. Chen Feng withdrew his arm, as if nothing had happened. The blonde-haired man, who had been licking the burly man's shoes, now had an even brighter red tongue, so much so that the blisters from the friction were no longer visible. Because of his injured tongue, the blonde-haired man's words were indistinct, as if he were from out of town. I mean, be careful in hell. The words had barely left his lips when a cold glint flashed, and the blonde man's head slid off his neck in an instant. The cut was incredibly smooth. The severed head rolled once on the ground before stopping, its eyes, staring at the ceiling, revealing boundless terror. His body showed no reaction. Like his other subordinates, he was gone from this world forever. Golly, you and Kingpin go out for a few days. Come back after he's recovered, huh? What did you say? Golly, completely bewildered, approached Chen Feng, staring intently at him. If she stayed away from Chen Feng, how could she possibly have any delicious food left? Absolutely not. Had he forgotten our agreement? Chen Feng said coldly. Without another word, He conjured a spatial rift and prepared to leave. Golly's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't utter a sound. Remembering the scene on the iceberg, if she didn't listen to Chen Feng, there really wouldn't be any delicious food left. But when I come back, you must make it up to me. Golly's eyes reddened. The thought of not being able to eat delicious food for a long time filled her with pain. And you, recover quickly. Understand? Turning to Kingpin, her attitude instantly underwent a 180-degree reversal. Her gaze and expression were like that of a demon ready to devour someone. Yes, I understand, Kingpin stammered. Recalling the past of this little devil, golly, he trembled involuntarily. The great demon and the little devil had actually joined forces. Wouldn't this world be turned upside down? Kingpin glanced at Chen Feng as he left, then looked at Golly in front of him, swallowing the blood in his mouth. He couldn't imagine it, he couldn't even imagine it. It was too terrifying. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Golly waved her hand, and Kingpin's massive body was instantly enveloped in a purple energy, flying away towards the outside. If they were leaving the group, they should go somewhere nearby, closer to Chen Feng. Once the fat man recovers, he can enjoy delicious food in the shortest time. Kingpin was easily lifted up like a chick, following behind Golly like a balloon. You must recover quickly, Golly said fiercely. Her mind was already filled with all sorts of good medicines to nourish the body. She would feed them all to the fat man, and he would definitely recover to his original state in the shortest time. Thinking of this, Golly's angry face eased slightly. But this appearance made Kingpin feel uneasy. In front of the spatial rift, Tony stopped Chen Feng and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here looking for Kingpin, this small-time gangster boss? And who is that little girl?" Facing Tony's questioning, Chen Feng only coldly replied, "Is it something you need to tell me about my business? You're ruthless." Tony's whole body was trembling, and his nose was about to crooked with anger. Despite being the one who was tricked, Tony ended up suffering the most, and Chen Feng's sarcastic remarks were infuriating. No, I must regain the upper hand, I must win this time, Tony secretly resolved. Not long after, Chen Feng and Tony returned to Stark Tower. Mindy, Wanda, and Pepper stood anxiously in the lobby, like three waiting stones, impatiently awaiting their husband's return. They're back. They're back. Mindy's sharp eyes immediately spotted Chen Feng, and she shouted. Pepper's eyes welled up with tears, he clutched his sore throat, frozen in place. Honey, what's wrong? Are you alright? Tony rushed to Pepper's side. His Iron Man suit had been completely removed during the descent. I'm fine. Pepper had been very worried when Jarvis said Chen Feng and Tony had gone to Kingpin's company. Kingpin is a big shot in the entire organization, with unfathomable strength. Even though he's been bribed by the US government and S.H.I.E.L.D, he remains at large. Although Chen Feng was there, Pepper, being a woman, was still worried about Tony. After all, his body had suffered extremely serious injuries. After tears of joy streamed down her face, Pepper hugged Tony tightly, feeling his warmth. You two, how can you be so calm? Chen Feng looked at Mindy and Wanda, asking with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't they be like Pepper, crying and throwing themselves into his arms? The script was clearly off. Do we need to worry about you? Mindy turned her head and retorted. Your chaos magic is more powerful than mine, why would you be afraid of an ordinary human? I can handle that with ease, Wanda immediately chimed in. However, Mindy, who had turned her head away, was actually quite worried about Chen Feng, but she didn't want to show it in front of him. Wanda, on the other hand, seemed rather stubborn, simply echoing Mindy's words. So that's how you all perceive me. Chen Feng touched his forehead and sighed listlessly. But it's alright, you won't need to worry anymore. I'll always protect you. Chapter 162 Room. Chen Feng was quite open-minded. His women were his to protect, they didn't need to worry or be afraid. Chen Feng, I think you need to tell me what you were doing at Kingpin's place. Mindy's eyes darted around, scrutinizing Chen Feng strangely. Yeah, tell us now, or I'll tell Natasha. Wanda slowly walked to Chen Feng's side, speaking flippantly. These two were trying to intimidate him. Do you think I went to deal with Kingpin? Do you think I'm two-faced? Would I go after Natasha? Chen Feng was extremely firm. Even Mindy and Wanda were starting to believe him. No, you are exactly that kind of person. Tony looked at Chen Feng not far away, nodding solemnly in his heart. I can tell you with absolute certainty, I only went to see Kingpin, nothing more. If you two don't believe me, Then tell Natasha, Chen Feng said righteously, showing no fear that Natasha would discover his actions. Kingpin, after all, was a powerful figure in the European underworld. He was at least extremely clear-headed and knew what he should and shouldn't do. Therefore, getting Kingpin to keep quiet and preventing S.H.I.E.L.D. from noticing anything amiss was incredibly easy. Mindy and Wanda looked at Chen Feng with slight doubt. Such confidence was quite in line with Chen Feng's style. If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. If you really did something wrong, it will definitely be exposed later. You won't need me and Wanda to inform on you. Mindy thought for a moment, her final tone suggesting she had given up. She simply wanted Chen Feng to know that she wasn't so easily subdued. He had to do it personally before she would treat him as well as Natasha. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible. Chen Feng looked at Mindy. This girl was really too much trouble. And her intuition was so sharp. Wanda, on the other hand, seemed like a naive girl. A few words of persuasion and everything was fine. Mr. Stark, someone's here. Jarvis's voice suddenly rang out. Who? Tony asked suspiciously. Anyone who comes at a time like this can't be an ordinary person. It's Peter Parker. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be carrying a counterfeit, Jarvis replied. A counterfeit? Chen Feng's mind raced upon hearing this. A moment later, he realized that Peter might have gone to see Venom. Let him in. Before Tony could speak, Chen Feng said first. This made Tony's face turn somewhat ugly, and he felt particularly embarrassed. Please, this is my company, it's like my home, okay? Is it necessary to be so blatant? A moment later, Peter, covered in a strong smell of blood, appeared before everyone. Chen Feng, you really are here? Seeing Chen Feng's face, Peter couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That guy named Pietro was quite honest. You went to see Venom, didn't you? Chen Feng asked with sharp eyes like an eagle. Peter nodded without the slightest hesitation. There was no need to hide anything from Chen Feng and Tony. Didn't I tell you don't need to worry about this? Let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle it, Chen Feng said irritably. He was somewhat worried that Peter would be invaded by Venom's organization and become the Dark Spider-Man. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Captain America Rogers and a man with a metal arm also spoke up. Peter's next words were full of information. Chen Feng and Tony were both surprised. That man with a metal arm was undoubtedly Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and slowly said, judging from your expressions, you must have defeated Venom, right? Although he desperately didn't want to accept this result, there was no way around it. The facts were undeniable. No, Venom not only killed people in another town but also escaped from us. At this point, Peter became incredibly dejected, tears welling up in his eyes. If he weren't so weak, he could have saved many more civilians. With great power comes great responsibility. Now it seemed that he was far from even being able to shoulder that responsibility. It's okay, you've done enough, kid. Tony, like a life mentor, walked over to Peter, patted him on the shoulder, and tried his best to comfort him. Sacrifice is inevitable, and this isn't just your fault. Rogers and Bucky, they need to take greater responsibility, Chen Feng said calmly. Since Rogers hadn't captured Venom, it meant that the initiative in this gamble was still on their side. Monday, after Rogers' next operation fails, you go and capture Venom for me. Then we can have a proper talk with S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Monday, who was fiddling with a computer in the distance, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. At that time, they could protect Earth in their own hands. They could also travel more peacefully into the vast universe. The deep and distant Milky Way, the dazzling starry sky, were Chen Feng's current aspirations. And the time was almost here. Hey, Peter, what's that black thing behind your neck? That's strange. Mindy appeared behind Peter at some point, pointing at a black object in surprise and exclaiming in astonishment. What? Is there something strange? Peter reached up and touched his neck, immediately feeling it. I've never seen this before. He was immediately puzzled, his brows furrowed. Hearing this, the others came up behind Peter, pointing and whispering. The moment Chen Feng saw the black thing, he immediately thought of Venom. There was no mistake, it must be Venom's tissue. Peter, have you been invaded by Venom's tissue? Chen Feng asked coldly. Yes, but I've suppressed it, Peter nodded, only then recalling what had happened before. This is only a temporary suppression. Once you're in trouble, or your mind isn't firm, it will return and take over your body. Chen Feng's understanding of venom was much deeper than the others present. Then you must expel it from your body immediately, Wanda said bluntly. But everyone was stunned, because they had no idea how to expel an alien symbiote from their bodies. You must endure it later. The process may be very painful. In the comics, Peter 2.3 ultimately managed to remove the venom from his body through sheer willpower. However, the mistakes he made before that were irreversible. Therefore, to prevent further errors, it was crucial to nip them in the bud. Within Chen Feng's body, a powerful force, like that of Wang Yang, was released and gathered in his palm. It was warm and comforting, like a gentle breeze. It was like a ray of warm sunshine shining directly on everyone on a frosty morning. It was warmth from the outside in. As this energy approached Peter's nape, a sharp pain shot through Peter's mind. He gritted his teeth, trying not to scream. His brow furrowed, and his forehead was covered in sweat, showing his intense pain. Hold on, I have to hold on. Cold sweat poured down his face, his features contorted in agony. Everything about Peter revealed the immense suffering he was in. Hold on, it'll be over soon, Chen Feng said. The black tissue, though forcibly suppressed by Peter through sheer willpower, remained deeply entrenched throughout his body. Without immense strength, it was impossible to forcibly remove the symbiotic organism from his body. Peter nodded with great difficulty. The intense pain brought back memories of his past experiences. Since becoming Spider-Man, the burden on his shoulders had become even heavier. Especially later, the opponents he encountered were not ordinary thugs, but almost indistinguishable from mutants. The injuries he sustained were also far more severe. But all of this seemed insignificant compared to helping the innocent. Peter himself was caught in this cycle of pain and pleasure. Every time he eliminated a crime, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Especially when the people he had rescued enthusiastically thanked him, that sense of satisfaction reached its peak. Therefore, Peter, to this day, does not regret becoming Spider-Man, becoming a superhero. He even still considers joining the Avengers as his current goal, determined to achieve it in the shortest possible time. Moreover, he entered through his own strength, not by relying on Tony and Chen Feng. The memory abruptly ended at this moment. Peter could no longer bear it and screamed. But a black organization was already active in Chen Feng's palm. It's out. The people of Zhou all breathed a sigh of relief. If it had continued, Peter would probably have been the first to faint. This thing's vitality is really quite tenacious. Tony looked at the still writhing black organization and couldn't help but feel very surprised. This thing was completely beyond human current understanding. Chen Feng, give it to me. Tony observed it for a moment and suddenly became very interested in it. Perhaps he could find some breakthroughs from this black organization. Maybe he could even solve some of the current predicaments of humanity. No, in your current state, if you touch this thing, it will definitely find an opportunity to corrupt you. Chen Feng decisively refused. His words hurt Tony's pride once again. Does this mean he's not as strong-willed as Peter? He's being so roundabout. Does he really think I can't understand? I'm not stupid. Chen Feng, trust me this once, I won't let you down. Tony refused to give up. Because he saw limitless possibilities in Venom's tissue. Any discovery could absolutely lead to a significant step forward in human history, just like Armstrong landing on the moon, ushering in a new era. I'm not comfortable with that, I'll keep it myself. Chen Feng shook his head again, leaving no room for negotiation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Difficult. Seeing this, Tony could only sigh helplessly. Ultimately, he was completely outmaneuvered by Chen Feng. Peter, go home and rest for now. You don't need to come out for a while. As for Venom, S.H.I.E.L.D and I will handle it, so don't worry about it, Chen Feng said slowly, patting Peter's shoulder. Let Monday handle the rest. Rogers and Bucky have absolutely no chance of defeating Venom. Their strength isn't at that level. Chen Feng, are you really not going to give it to me? At that moment, Tony suddenly asked solemnly. His eyes and expression clearly showed he was threatening him. Tony, are you sure you want to do this? Chen Feng's eyes turned cold as he glanced at Tony, as if a fierce typhoon was sweeping over him. Tony was completely stunned, speechless for a moment. If he dared to reveal Chen Feng's actions, he probably wouldn't be able to leave Stark Tower. It's fine, if you don't give it to me, I've saved myself a troublesome task. Tony's momentum instantly weakened, and he shook his head. He knew he couldn't defeat Chen Feng, and he didn't want to lose face in front of Pepper. Chen Feng didn't say another word and prepared to leave Stark Tower. However, before that, he still needed to check on Monday. Although he was quite reassured about his condition, he still had to take it seriously. Monday, come here for a moment. Chen Feng glanced at Monday, who was still fiddling with the computer, and beckoned. Jarvis hadn't issued any warnings, so Monday was likely delving deeper into the world. The more knowledge Monday acquired, the better it would be for Monday, and naturally, the greater the benefit to Chen Feng. Yes, Mr. Chen Feng. Monday seemed somewhat reluctant to leave the computer and walk to Chen Feng's side. A surge of power immediately welled up within him, slowly entering Monday's body. But at this moment, it was hindered by an invisible force. Like a will, it forcefully refused Chen Feng's entry. It has even developed its own will. Its development is indeed rapid. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. The artificial intelligence created by the Space Stone and the Reality Stone truly possessed limitless growth potential. Even with some resistance, Chen Feng easily broke through it, slowly exploring within Monday's body. Not bad, it's developing very well, already surpassing the level of ordinary artificial intelligence, moving towards a more advanced life system. The deeper Chen Feng went, the more astonished he became. Monday's development speed clearly exceeded his expectations. However, everything was still within his control. Especially its own strength, which was becoming stronger step by step. Alright, you stay in Stark Tower and learn from Jarvis. Chen Feng withdrew his energy and patted Monday on the shoulder. He drew a line in the air, and a spatial rift appeared. I'm going to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a bit. You two stay here for a while. Pepper and Tony will take care of you. Chen Feng suddenly turned to Tony and said firmly, right. Seeing this, Tony nodded repeatedly. With you like this, how could I refuse? After getting Tony and Pepper's agreement, Chen Feng stepped into the spatial rift. Rogers and Bucky couldn't defeat Venom, and even caused the death of an entire town at Venom's hands. This alone was enough to make S.H.I.E.L.D. lose face. It's about time for Monday to make his move. I really have to thank you two. You went in recklessly without any planning. Mindy had no objections to Chen Feng saying he was going to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Natasha is there. If Chen Feng doesn't go, it would be a self-destructive act. He should go and come back soon, and also tell Natasha that he had a great time at Stark Tower. Mindy's words were meant to put pressure on Chen Feng, preventing him from continuing to lie to him. You really are difficult to deal with. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Mindy was really targeting him. Had he recently entered puberty and become uncontrollable? Speechless, Chen Feng stepped into the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, only Tony and a few others remained inside Stark Tower. Monday watched Chen Feng leave, his metallic pupils flashing with an unusual light. The others around him didn't notice Monday's expression. Mindy and Wanda, let's go somewhere else to play. Pepper noticed Tony's expression and knew he needed a new environment to relax. Okay, Mindy and Wanda both nodded. They finally had a chance to play today, so of course they wanted to enjoy it. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Rogers stood before Director Fury with Bucky. Bucky hadn't wanted to come, as he had previously served Hydra. He caused a lot of trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D., even killing many of their agents. Therefore, he felt he had no face-to-face S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury. That thing is definitely not a normal human being. I feel it's very likely from outer space, Rogers stated his assessment. Bucky, standing beside him, remained expressionless, like a wooden statue, ramrod straight. Let's put that aside for now. The person next to you is the assassin who once helped Hydra, isn't he? Fury's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. He recognized Bucky at a glance. This man with iron hands used to be incredibly powerful, possessing terrifying strength. I told you, Bucky was my best friend during World War II. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. Rogers clearly didn't want to say more on this matter. Bucky might have made mistakes in the past, but he had reformed. Even if he were to be punished, it wouldn't be now. Without him, they probably wouldn't even have found Venom. Rogers, just wait and see. How many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents has he killed? And you still brazenly bring him to S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is just provoking us. Luckily, there aren't many people in the agency today, and not many of them know him. Otherwise you'll be in a real bind, Fury rebuked him sternly. He rubbed his bald head, utterly bewildered. Why was the usually rational Rogers acting so impulsively this time? I know you'll all have objections, but the Bucky we know now isn't the Bucky controlled by Hydra. During World War II, he was a soldier, willing to sacrifice his life for his people and his country. That cannot be denied, so I don't want you to use recent events to completely shut him down. Rogers glared at Fury, his momentum unwavering. But this is his mistake, you can't deny it, and you can't use past achievements to offset his current error, Fury retorted, pointing at Rogers. You two don't need to argue. I did make a mistake, and I will take responsibility for it. Bucky stepped in front of Rogers, blocking Fury's path. Knowing he was controlled by Hydra and had made many mistakes, he was already thinking about how to atone for his sins. He would accept any punishment, no matter how severe. But right now, our enemy is Hydra. Only by capturing him can we prevent Chen Feng from gaining the upper hand. Bucky's words served as a wake-up call for Rogers and Fury. Since you've said so, then we can discuss Venom. Hearing Bucky's words, Fury's anger subsided slightly. Rogers grasped Bucky's arm, his eyes filled with a complex expression. It's all right, Rogers. A person has to pay the price for their mistakes. Bucky looked at Rogers, signaling him not to dwell on the matter. Rogers, tell me, what's so special about that alien creature? Fury asked slowly. It can create clones. It's impossible to kill it using ordinary methods. It can even parasitize other people to survive, Rogers said slowly, recalling his battle with Venom. He then recounted many details. Bucky silently added to the information. You've gathered a lot of information. I'll have my men investigate further. We should find Venom soon, since Venom was injured, and according to Rogers, it was even more certain where they could find it. Tell me when you find it. This time, I'll definitely bring it back with Bucky. Rogers gripped his grip tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. He suddenly recalled the horrific scene in the town. It was utterly inhuman, completely devoid of humanity. Bucky, let's go. Rogers turned to Bucky, asking earnestly. However, at that moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of Fury and Rogers. Chen Feng slowly walked out and stood before the three. Oh, you've just finished talking, Chen Feng asked with a slight smile. What brings you here? Fury felt uneasy the moment he saw Chen Feng. I heard that Rogers and Bucky fought Venom once, but it seems they didn't succeed, Chen Feng asked calmly, as if casually. Upon hearing this, Rogers, Bucky, and Fury all looked troubled. These words were like a steel knife, piercing the hearts of the three men. Blood flowed incessantly, and the intense pain seeped deep into their heads. What are you saying? This time, it's just that we don't understand it. Next time, we can definitely catch it, Uncle, Rogers retorted vehemently. This time, letting Venom escape, even causing most of the town to die in pools of blood, was impossible without guilt and pain. Now, the wounds were reopened by Chen Feng, making the pain even more intense. I just want to tell you, if you really can't do it, don't force it and cause more people to get hurt, Chen Feng spoke slowly. His words were even more sarcastic. He completely looked down on S.H.I.E.L.D. You're all useless, you can't even catch a single person. Chapter 164 Dilemma. Faced with Chen Feng's sarcasm, Rogers and Fury wanted to refute, but couldn't find any reason to. They could only say that they didn't understand Venom well enough. They even gave a death order to capture Venom next time. However, all of this was a joke to Chen Feng. Venom's strength was still above Rogers and Bucky's. Moreover, its escapability was absolutely top-notch. Capturing Venom easily would require immense power for S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng was different. He was an artificial intelligence that had simultaneously fused the power of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. Under Jarvis's constant tutelage, his strength had improved rapidly. Even compared to Ultron in the comics, he was only slightly inferior. After all, Ultron in the comics was too overpowered, almost single-handedly destroying Earth and killing all the Avengers. Then I look forward to your good news, Chen Feng smiled slightly, carefully examining the items in the Ruojo Kingdom. Then he suddenly turned his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. If you still can't capture Venom next time, I'll have Monday take over. Then, the task of creating a new Earth defense network will be handed over directly to Monday. As soon as he finished speaking, Rogers' angry eyes seemed to want to devour Chen Feng. Don't worry, I won't give you that chance, Rogers said viciously, his cold eyes like those of an ancient glacier. Bucky, standing beside him, looked as if he were seeing Rogers for the first time, appearing quite surprised. Rogers had never shown such an expression before. Even when facing difficulties and obstacles, he usually remained calm. Director Fury, find Venom's location as soon as possible. Our party won't let it harm any more ordinary people. Rogers turned and opened a room, not forgetting to glance at Chen Feng. Since you want to challenge me, then I'll make you lose everything. Bucky froze for a moment, only reacting when Rogers slammed the door and left. He quickly followed, but his attention seemed to remain fixed on Chen Feng. Fury, I hope Rogers and Bucky can defeat Venom. Chen Feng stroked his chin, his expression remaining perfectly calm. By the way, you should know Bucky, right? He's the assassin who used to work for Hydra. I don't know why you let him in here, so I'm warning you, don't get too close to him. What do you mean? Fury asked immediately in a deep voice. The amount of information in those words was immense, arousing his intense curiosity. Just remember my words, always maintain a sense of awe. This sentence resonated deeply with Fury. But Chen Feng's next sentence completely shattered his illusions. Of course, it was directed at me. After saying this, Chen Feng left S.H.I.E.L.D. Now all he had to do was wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. to fail, and for Monday to capture Venom. Don't go. What do you mean by that? Fury tried to grab Chen Feng, but couldn't even touch his clothes. With your intelligence, you should understand. Leaving only these last words, Chen Feng vanished from S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving not a trace. That brat! Fury slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. Every time Chen Feng came to S.H.I.E.L.D., it was never anything good. He always came to annoy him. After a while, Fury sighed helplessly. Since Chen Feng said he wanted to keep his distance from Bucky, there must be a reason. Did Bucky do something heinous during World War II? Fury's mind raced, considering countless possibilities. But he rejected them all. Could it be something he did after being brainwashed by Hydra? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Fury. And this was probably the most likely explanation. It was definitely the reason. Fury had this kind of knowledge, he couldn't be wrong. It seems that before capturing Venom, we need to find out what Bucky did after he was brainwashed by Hydra and became the Winter Soldier. Another massive task, and I have to handle it personally. I won't be getting any sleep these next few nights. Thinking of Rogers, Fury sighed again. To be honest, he valued past relationships too much. Whether it was visiting his former lover, Agent Katie, immediately after being thawed, or secretly caring for her family, or his tolerant and forgiving attitude towards Bucky, the Winter Soldier, who helped Hydra commit heinous crimes, he had shown such leniency. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to serious problems. He had to have a serious talk with him about this later. He couldn't let personal feelings cause a national hero to fall. Agent Hill, do everything in your power to find Venom. Fury picked up the phone and solemnly gave Hill the order. These next few days would definitely be very unsettling. Rogers, having left, returned with Bucky to his old, dark basement apartment. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. offered Rogers a better place, he resolutely refused. Old people are just so nostalgic. Bang! Back home, Rogers slammed his fist on the punching bag in front of him. He was furious at Chen Feng's provocation at S.H.I.E.L.D. that day. The worst part was that he had almost no chance to retaliate. He could only challenge Chen Feng after capturing Venom. Otherwise, he'd be stuck as a coward, constantly enduring Chen Feng's sarcasm. Bucky, let's start looking for Venom. You should know where it might go, right? Rogers steadied the punching bag and turned to Bucky. It was Bucky who had led them to Venom in the town. There might be some mishaps, Bucky said in a low voice. He wasn't entirely sure where Venom would go, but he had a general idea. It's okay if we're unsure, it's better than doing nothing, Rogers encouraged, clenching his fist. If they didn't do something now, they'd only be constantly annoyed by Chen Feng's words and lose their temper. Shall we leave now? Bucky asked Rogers, puzzled. No, let's prepare something and look for it there. Rogers glanced at something in the corner and replied with a smile. Bucky followed Rogers' gaze and was instantly astonished when he saw it. Could they be using this thing to deal with Venom? It didn't seem very effective. After Rogers and Bucky left, Chen Feng didn't leave immediately but went to find Natasha. The moment he saw Natasha, she was still in front of the computer, seemingly dealing with Kingpin's affairs. What's wrong? Why the long face? Chen Feng patted Natasha's head and asked with a smile. When he saw the information on the computer, He was immediately shocked. S.H.I.E.L.D indeed had too much information. They had already found out about Kingpin leaving the Union. For some reason, Kingpin left the Union today and went to Miami. Natasha turned to look at Chen Feng, full of doubt. At the same time, she hoped that Chen Feng could give her some advice. Maybe he wants to go to Miami for a nice vacation. You know, at their level, money is just a number. Of course he'll go wherever he wants. Chen Feng lied without batting an eye. Actually, he already suspected that Galena was going to Miami. After all, it's one of the warmest places in the US, and Miami Beach is nationally renowned. What a playful alien kid, Chen Feng thought to himself. I think it's impossible. Kingpin has hardly ever left the US. When he goes elsewhere, it's mainly for drug or weapons deals, or even murder. So Miami could be dangerous right now. Natasha offered her opinion based on her intuition. I think you should observe him first. Maybe he just wants to go out and relax. Men, though easily caught up in the struggle for power and money, also have a tender side, Chen Feng gently advised. He mainly didn't want Tasha to investigate Kingpin, otherwise, she'd be busy again. Okay, I'll observe for a while, and if I find anything wrong, I'll set off immediately. And that little girl in purple beside him is also a potential problem. Do you have any clues about her? Natasha looked at Chen Feng curiously, hoping to get the answer she wanted from him. No, I don't know much about her either. Chen Feng shook his head. At this time, of course, he couldn't say that he knew Gali. To avoid trouble, one must start with oneself. Alice, what a pity. That little girl in purple is definitely not simple. Natasha recalled the scene when she encountered the little girl before. That terrifying destructive power seemed capable of destroying a city at any moment. She even felt the aura of world destruction emanating from her. That's why I warned you not to deal with Kingpin lightly, otherwise you will fall into a completely passive situation, or even a desperate situation, just like last time, Chen Feng said with a serious expression. Natasha nodded heavily at this moment. Last time on the mountain, it was due to the lack of information that she and Mindy were in trouble. If Mindy hadn't stopped at the last moment, it would probably be someone else sitting here today. Alright, let's finish up here and go home. I'll cook you something delicious later. Chen Feng pinched Natasha's soft cheek and glanced at the situation in Joguo. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D was almost entirely focused on searching for Venom in his trail. However, it seemed there was almost no progress in the short term. After I finish reviewing these last few files, we'll head back. Natasha knew that since Chen Feng was here, Fury wouldn't object to her leaving early. This feeling of having no boss to control her was really great. Before, she always had to deal with Fury's endless nagging, but now with Chen Feng, she didn't have to pay any attention. Time passed quietly as Chen Feng leisurely wandered around inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Although some places had signs saying, "No entry," they didn't even bother Chen Feng. He saw the situation inside and learned some of S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets. Chapter 165 Irony. At least for now, Chen Feng knew almost everything he had seen. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't hide all their secrets in one place. They weren't that stupid. What's this? Just then, Chen Feng suddenly noticed something extremely similar to the black token he had obtained. Although they seemed unrelated on the surface, the aura they emitted was definitely from the same item. When did they get their hands on this? Chen Feng had some doubts. Taking a step forward, he instantly passed through the heavy, unknown golden wind gate. All obstacles were meaningless before the space stone, having no effect whatsoever. Walking through the infrared-filled room was like walking on a vast, open road, comfortable and carefree. He stretched out his right hand and immediately touched something within. Examining it closely, he took out a black token. In an instant, the space around Jodian seemed to be sealed off, and time seemed to freeze, unable to flow forward. Both seemed to be guided by some force, unleashing their terrifying power completely. This is definitely not an ordinary thing. Chen Feng himself was shocked by this power. If he weren't strong, he would probably have been blown away and even suffered internal injuries. Two powerful forces erupted from different objects and converged above Chen Feng's head. Gradually, they seemed to form a blurry human figure, or rather, a symbol of status. Who exactly are you? The figure gradually solidified, but at the last moment, it seemed to collapse due to insufficient power. Before he could decipher it, he was trapped again. However, at this moment, another turning point occurred. The black energy transformed from the blurry human figure into a water-like pendant. Could this be a symbol of status? Chen Feng looked at this scene and suddenly thought of many things. And this aura of death, piled up in the air, seemed to make it hard to breathe. Death? Could it be the goddess of death? Another face surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. If it really was this person, then it would be truly terrifying. In the entire Marvel universe, she could be considered one of the top combatants. After thinking for a moment, the black energy slowly seeped into Chen Feng's body. After a while, the intense pressure from Zhou Guo finally disappeared, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. If it really was hers, then there was no way around it. He had to grit his teeth and go for it. Chen Feng muttered to himself. He then left the place, but the items inside had already lost their inner power. They had become useless, mere discarded items. As for the token in his hand, it was also just a piece of trash. After absorbing the black energy, Chen Feng continued to search the inside. After finding nothing, he returned to Natasha's side. By this time, she had basically finished reading the data on the computer. Darling, just like you said, Kingpin seems to have really gone to Miami for vacation, and he didn't even bring his closest henchman with him. Natasha's final conclusion was exactly what Chen Feng wanted Kingpin to convey. Just stay in Miami and enjoy time with Golly, and take care of your injuries. I told you, you didn't believe me. Men really do understand men better, don't they? Chen Feng smiled slightly, pinching Natasha's pretty cheek, looking quite smug. HMPH, so what if you guessed right once? What's so great about that? Natasha pouted. Her alluring eyes seemingly too captivating to look away from. Enough with the nonsense, let's go home and cook. I'll make noodles for you tonight, Chen Feng said righteously. Natasha didn't seem to understand much either, and nodded with a smile. After all, Chinese culture is profound and has a long history. For Americans, without an explanation, they naturally wouldn't understand its connotations. He let Natasha out of S.H.I.E.L.D with an open and generous manner, and the other agents all cast envious glances at him. If only I had such a handsome boyfriend. Me too, I really want a boyfriend like that, even his back view is so handsome. Several female agents clasped their hands in front of their chests, praising RUO with infatuated expressions. The male agents from Zhou couldn't help but feel ashamed and silently lowered their heads. Compared to Chen Feng, they were indeed far inferior. In the following time, Rogers and Bucky were actively searching for Venom's whereabouts. Having escaped after being attacked, he would definitely reveal his true colors at some point. Beep. Just then, Rogers' phone rang. His expression changed instantly, looking quite expectant. He took out his old-fashioned mobile phone and answered the call. Rogers, we have information on Venom's whereabouts. It was Fury's deep, hoarse voice coming from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Rogers instantly became excited, his usually steady heart pounding wildly. Finally, he could teach that arrogant brat Chen Feng a lesson. Where? Rogers quickly asked. Just then, Fury, staring at the computer screen, gave the exact location. Rogers, remember, be extremely careful. Venom's abilities are definitely no less than either of yours. The call ended abruptly after the warning. Damn it. How did you even catch such a bad habit? Fury sighed and put away his phone. He never expected that Chen Feng's good points wouldn't be adopted, but Rogers would inherit all the bad ones. Director, Agent Hill, noticing Fury's odd expression, spoke quietly. It's alright, whether it succeeds or not depends on Rogers and Bucky. Putting everything else aside, the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D was now entirely in Rogers and Bucky's hands. If Chen Feng were to send Yi Zhou to manage Earth's defense system, it would be a severe blow to S.H.I.E.L.D. Once they lost the initiative, they would likely lose all their influence in the future. But in reality, Chen Feng didn't want S.H.I.E.L.D's power at all. Because it was useless to him, even a burden. In the dark and silent slums, under the lights of Hunan, two strong figures suddenly appeared. It was Rogers and Bucky. Following the address provided by Fury, the two quickly arrived. However, the deserted scene before them, and the faint breeze, seemed to tell them that this was not a place Venom would frequent. Shouldn't it prefer crowded places? No matter how they looked at it, there wouldn't be many people in this neighborhood. Following the dim light, they approached step by step. Besides the cool scent of the wind, there was no other smell. They couldn't even detect a trace of human presence. Rogers, could it be a mistaken message? Maybe Venom isn't actually here, Bucky asked doubtfully, but remained vigilant. No, It's just the calm before the storm. It should be hiding inside. Rogers disagreed, his entire being tensing up, fully prepared for battle. His senses told him that Venom was hiding in some dark corner of Joguo. S.H.I.E.L.D's information was generally accurate, and this neighborhood was unusually quiet, strangely quiet. "Bucky, be careful, that guy might jump out from somewhere," Rogers warned. His eyes scanned Joguo constantly, his shadow stretching even longer. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out behind them, like a sharp arrow piercing the sky. The two, already on guard, reacted immediately. Before they could even turn, they instinctively retreated rapidly. Two spear-like spikes pierced the spot where they had just been standing, instantly shattering the ground and creating a large hole several tens of centimeters wide. The immense destructive force even caused countless fine cracks to appear in Joguo, sending a chill down their spines. If that hit, it wouldn't just be a serious injury. They came really fast. A cry like that from hell, and a massive black figure reappeared before them. It was smaller than the last time they met. It seemed to be affected by its injuries. "Surrender. I can spare you the pain," Rogers said righteously. But Venom just laughed, seemingly not taking Rogers and Bucky seriously at all. "I've noticed you humans are all so arrogant. Even that bug last time was more humble than you." Facing Venom's sarcasm, Rogers didn't reply, his eyes sharpening, radiating a completely different aura. "Say what you want, but this time, I'm definitely going to capture you." Chen Feng's sarcastic face flashed through his mind again. "Bucky, get ready. Don't give this guy a chance to escape." Rogers quickly drew his shield from his back and charged forward. Bucky followed closely behind, his expression filled with murderous intent. The Winter Soldier, the cold-blooded killer, has returned once more. Facing the combined attack of the two, the seemingly unfazed Venom remained calm, like an audience member watching a monkey show, almost ready to applaud. Rogers' weakness was already known. Rogers, shield in hand, moved with incredible speed, almost invisible, leaving only a blur. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Venom, swinging his vibranium shield and slamming it into Venom's body. A muffled thud was heard. Rogers' shield was firmly blocked by Venom's body. It was as if a blow had landed on cotton, denting and becoming firmly stuck, unable to move. Ignorant humans, what pathetic creatures. Suddenly, another long, slender spike, emitting a faint, cold light, pierced towards Rogers' chest. Trapped by his shield, he could only use his arm to block. Clang. A piercing metallic clang rang out as the black spike struck a gleaming white iron arm. Chapter 166 Strength. Behind them were a pair of terrifying eyes. They seemed to rise from an endless, blood-soaked hell, filled with boundless killing intent, ready to annihilate everything in the world that was insignificant. Clang. Without a word, another spike arrived, its speed and power a level above the first. Even Bucky, whose body had been modified, couldn't withstand this force and staggered back several steps. "Humans, today you will become my food," Venom cackled. Suddenly, countless spikes protruded from its body, like a dangerous hedgehog raising its most powerful weapon. A deafening roar ripped through the air, as if the surrounding air itself was being torn apart. The spikes pierced through time and space, bombarding Rogers and Bucky from all directions. Rogers roared. Seizing the opportunity, he used all his strength to pull his shield from Venom's body. He quickly retreated, pressing himself against Bucky's back, facing the countless black shadows rushing towards him. "One man, half a man," Bucky's voice rang out. As if telepathically connected, the two charged forward in their respective directions, their shields and metal arms unleashing a devastating barrage of Venom's attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat. There were simply too many, their bare hands alone couldn't handle it all. So Bucky immediately pulled out his assault rifle from behind and unleashed a hail of bullets. The whistling bullets formed a vast, inescapable net, crashing down on the black shadows. Under such overwhelming firepower, even Venom had to evade its attacks and change direction. Rogers, on the other side, didn't like using firearms, carrying only a small pistol at most. So he revealed his secret weapon, spraying it furiously at the black shadows ahead. A pungent odor instantly filled the air, causing Bucky to wince. The smell was simply unbearable. It really worked. Seeing the retreating black shadows, Rogers' face lit up with a gleeful smile. His knowledge from decades ago still held considerable value. Rogers turned to Bucky, a smug look on his face. Bucky could only manage an awkward smile. Using concentrated sulfuric acid against Venom, Rogers' idea was truly astonishing. With the aid of their respective external aids, Rogers and Bucky fought with increasing ferocity. The two easily dealt with the attacks of the blue liquid, and soon completely eliminated all the attacking shadows. Venom, stop thinking about resisting, surrender, Rogers urged again. Avoiding pointless battles would be best, of course. Surrender? Are you out of your mind? Venom stared at Rogers with an expression of utter disbelief. Anyone with eyes could see he would never surrender. Since you want to continue suffering like this, then I'll grant your wish. Rogers wasn't the type to keep trying to persuade him. If you disagree, he'd beat you until you did. Wasn't that how it was during World War II? The words had barely left his lips when Rogers took a step forward and instantly rushed towards Venom. Bucky followed closely behind, charging backward. He couldn't let Venom escape again like last time. Venom looked at Rogers and Bucky with complete relaxation, as if he were utterly invincible. Suddenly, black figures appeared beside Venom's body. Like pharaohs in the pyramids of ancient Egypt, black tissue acted as bandages, tightly binding him. What was this? Rogers immediately sensed something was wrong and stopped. He had a premonition that what was wrapped inside were definitely people. Bucky, stop! Hearing this, Bucky finally stopped. But he stared at the things in front of him with confusion. He seemed unsure what was inside. So, aren't you quite foolish too? Venom spoke calmly, his tone laced with arrogance. Release them all. This is our battle, it has nothing to do with them, Rogers roared angrily. A raging fire burned within him, but he dared not vent it. He could only forcefully suppress it. Release them? Not impossible, as long as you kneel down and let me kill you. Venom's cold voice suddenly rang out, the atmosphere instantly freezing. Rogers, let's just defeat him, don't worry about anything else. Hearing this, Bucky flew into a rage and was about to attack again. No, Bucky, stop. However, he was stopped once more. Those inside are definitely ordinary people, and they might not be dead. We can't let them die because of our charge. As warriors, as superheroes, our duty is to protect humanity worldwide. Let me see if what I suspect is true. Rogers lowered his voice and spoke slowly. You think I'm lying to you? How laughable. Despite his words, Venom agreed. The black organization gradually parted, revealing the faces of ordinary people inside. They were still breathing, but all were unconscious. If he and Bucky hadn't come, they would have been slaughtered and eaten like the people in the town. Now, can you kneel down? The black organization covered them again, obscuring their faces. Rogers, don't be threatened by it, we can take them down. Bucky was still trying to dissuade them, but it seemed to have no effect. Rogers was, after all, Captain America, and couldn't be as carefree as Bucky. If they failed, it wouldn't be as simple as a few people dying. Bucky, don't do it, let me do it. Rogers, you mustn't. I know, Bucky, trust me. Rogers interrupted Bucky directly, saying very seriously. At this point, Bucky could only trust Rogers. After all, Venom had now seized the initiative. It must be said that Venom is extremely cunning and treacherous, actually using ordinary people to threaten Rogers. And this is precisely one of Rogers' weaknesses. Protecting the people is his lifelong duty. Whether during World War II or in this peaceful era, it has never changed. Kneel down. If you satisfy me, I'll release these people, Venom said without hesitation. At this moment, he was the boss, the ruler, the god. If I do all this and you still don't release them, what then? Rogers didn't kneel down immediately, but instead probed first. Are you saying I'm a man of my word? Venom simply chuckled, not strongly refuting. Yes, you guessed right, I won't release them, but if you do as I say, this person will die first. A mummy-like figure was placed before Rogers, revealing his face. He looked pale and rather haggard, a worrying sight. If he continued to stay within the black organization, he would likely die soon. Kneel down, Venom roared. At this point, there was no need to negotiate with Rogers, he only needed to stick to his own methods. Humans, after all, were bound by multiple emotions and worldly concerns. Bucky, standing nearby, clenched his fists so tightly his nails seemed to dig into his palms, his iron arms cracking as if he were about to pounce and beat Venom. Hurry up. Don't make me wait another second, Venom roared. A surge of power erupted instantly, tousling Rogers' hair. I will, but you must promise to release them, Rogers said calmly. Then I'll kill them. Venom didn't have that much patience. Moreover, from Hardy's mind, he had gleaned the characteristics of ordinary Earthlings. Directly attacking them, Letting them taste pain would make them submit. Venom's attitude surprised Rogers. Generally, there was always room for negotiation. But now, this kind of outdated approach seemed to have been completely abandoned. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed before his eyes, seemingly piercing through him in the dim light. Clang! A sharp metallic clang rang out as the black shadow stabbed Rogers' shield. This saved the ordinary man's life, preventing his immediate death. "I'll do it," Rogers uttered with difficulty. If he had tried to negotiate, next time, he might not have been able to save even one person. Ha, it would have been better if this had happened sooner. Instead of making things so complicated, Venom laughed, seemingly understanding. The powerful are those who respond to force, not softness. Rogers withdrew his shield and slowly retreated. He was internally conflicted and hesitant. Suddenly, he felt particularly lost. Was his strength really that weak? Could he even save a few ordinary people? With this feeling of confusion, Rogers slowly bent over, his knees about to touch the ground. Rogers, no. Bucky couldn't hold back any longer and was about to rush forward to stop Rogers. As a good friend, he couldn't bear to see him humiliated, especially by such a despicable alien. "Don't come any closer, Bucky, listen to me. Otherwise, you'll be saving me." Rogers stretched out his right hand, stopping Bucky's movement. As a superhero, one must be aware that not every enemy can be defeated by force. When encountering despicable people, one can only defeat them in the most undesirable way. Just as his knees were about to hit the ground, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his arms. Rogers turned his head in confusion and saw a very familiar face. Monday? He felt both surprise and boundless resentment. But after thinking it over, he could only blame himself for being weaker than others. A man's knees are worth gold. How could he kneel before a piece of trash? If anyone should kneel, it should be to someone like him who saved his life. Even as an artificial intelligence, Monday's way of speaking and behaving was just like an ordinary person. Chapter 167 Age. Who do you think you are? Get the hell out of here. Venom, its plans disrupted, was furious. Countless shadowy figures swept in, seemingly intent on piercing the sky. "You think you're really that strong?" Monday said disdainfully, its tone full of mockery. With a slight flick of its metal fingers, the space before it was pierced through, time seemingly frozen. The instant the two made contact, the dense black shadowy figures shattered, leaving the dim light as before. "What? This is impossible." Venom stared at the scene before it, its face pale, frozen in place. "Have you heard of the Infinity Stones? Even if you're from outer space, you're just a pathetic, low-level nobody." Monday advanced step by step, relentlessly mocking Venom. Insulted like this, Venom naturally wouldn't stand for it and launched another fierce attack. But its attack was utterly ineffective against Monday, who possessed a portion of the power of 2 Infinity Stones, and was shattered in an instant. Like an egg trying to hide a rock, it's just courting death. "Trying to block the car, overestimating yourself," I said coldly on Monday, completely disregarding Venom, and indeed, there was no need to. Taking advantage of the moment, Bucky quickly ran to Rogers' side, helped him up, and looked at Monday with confusion, asking, "Is that something from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Rogers shook his head, reluctant to reveal Monday's origins. It was his shame, the shame of being mocked by Chen Feng and unable to refute it. "We failed," Rogers murmured softly. If Bucky hadn't been so hard of hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard what Rogers was saying. For a man to utter the word failure was incredibly difficult. Failure? Did we win? Bucky, still not quite understanding, looked at Rogers in bewilderment. Only then did he notice the disappointment and self-reproach on his face. Perhaps, his question was very inappropriate. At this moment, Monday had gained complete control. Venom was like a little kid in front of him, completely powerless. Those trapped by the Black Organization were all released at this moment, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Impossible. How could I lose to you?" Venom roared, completely losing its basic rationality, as if it had gone mad. Whoosh! 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 Countless black streaks charged towards Monday's body with unstoppable force. The surrounding air was firmly suppressed by this ferocious power, as if it had entered a vacuum. "Don't underestimate me, you piece of trash who isn't even human." Venom followed closely behind the black streaks, rushing forward at high speed. Its speed was so fast that it was almost invisible. However, all of this was just a meaningless monkey show in Monday's eyes. With its super high-definition dynamic vision eyes, it saw through Venom's attack in an instant. With a slight reach forward, an invisible energy suddenly swept out. The black streaks were shattered by this terrifying power before they even got close to Monday. They turned into endless black fragments, dissipating into the air in the blink of an eye. Venom, rushing forward, had no choice but to fight back. He unleashed all the power within him, instantly filing the entire black organization. His aura shifted dramatically, as if he had become a completely different person. Monday's right fist slammed forward, colliding with Venom's fist like a collision of planets. A tidal wave of power swept outwards, spreading in all directions. The already dim, precarious lights in the neighborhood shattered under the terrifying impact. The quiet, deserted neighborhood was plunged into utter darkness. Rogers and Bucky instinctively used their hands to block the shockwave. But the sheer force still whipped their hair around, their clothes fluttering wildly. This is too strong, Bucky couldn't help but think to himself. The mere aftershocks of the collision were enough to leave them so disheveled. If they were to truly fight Monday, they would likely suffer a crushing defeat. Rogers, standing beside him, was also completely stunned by Monday's immense power. His own strength was nothing but a drop in the ocean compared to him, utterly insignificant. Bang! A huge sound echoed in the air as Venom's massive black body flew backward, crashing violently into the concrete ground some distance away. Cough cough cough. Venom, lying on the ground, suffered severe damage to its black tissue. Hardy's face was revealed inside, coughing violently. Not only Venom, but even its host, Hardy, was injured to some extent. However, compared to Venom, it wasn't as terrifying. No, come closer. Hardy broke free from Venom's control, reaching out to block Monday's advance. He had made too many mistakes, killed too many people, and stained his life with countless drops of blood. Although it was all Venom's doing, it was undeniable that Hardy was an accomplice. Therefore, he didn't want to, and dared not, be captured by Monday and brought to trial. Don't struggle. This is your choice, you must bear the consequences. Monday didn't stop, approaching Hardy step by step. With a forceful tug, he pulled Venom directly from its body and slammed it to the ground. Look at these people. You need to pay for them, Monday said simply and clearly. He extended his palm, flicked his finger, and a surge of energy erupted, wrapping around Hardy. And you? Monday turned to Venom beside him. Its organization was preparing to take this opportunity to escape. A powerful force once again bound Venom's organization, preventing its escape. Captain, you've lost this time. After grabbing Venom and Hardy together, he said calmly to Rogers. Rogers glared at Monday with considerable displeasure. It's already a fact, is it necessary to bring it up again? Isn't this blatant desecration? But at this moment, Monday was already carrying Venom and Hardy away into the distance. It must be said that Monday perfectly inherited Chen Feng's sarcastic and witty abilities, powerful enough to inspire fear. Bucky, call the hospital first and get these people sorted out. Rogers turned to Bucky, extremely frustrated. He thought today would be a day of redemption, but unexpectedly, it was another night of humiliation. First, he was humiliated by Venom, then by Monday, which was tantamount to being humiliated by Chen Feng. Rogers couldn't swallow this insult, but he had no choice but to vent it on. I've already called, they'll be here soon. Bucky hung up the phone and said slowly. Should we wait here? No need, I'll have the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. handle it. Let's go. Rogers didn't want to stay in this place of shame for another second. Okay, Bucky nodded. It was clear that if Rogers continued, he'd become listless. The two quickly left. The dark neighborhood felt like an endless desert, the raging sandstorm whipping at Rogers' chest. Rogers and Bucky soon arrived at a brightly lit street, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The air here was much lighter than in the neighborhood, without that oppressive feeling. Want to go to the weekly cup? Rogers asked Bucky, extending an invitation. He didn't want to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. today, didn't want to see Chen Feng's smug expression, and didn't want to be mocked again. Drowning his sorrows in alcohol might be his last resort. Let's go. It's been so many years, and I don't think I've ever tried any new age drinks. Bucky smiled slightly, finding an excuse to agree. He didn't want Rogers to feel awkward. Swan Bar, let's go there. Bucky and Rogers walked along the street, suddenly stopping in front of a bar. Let's go in, it's on me today. Bucky, acting as if he were extremely wealthy, patted his chest confidently. But in reality, it was all an act. To be honest, he didn't have much savings. Back when he was a winter soldier, he worked for Hydra for free. The concept of money was non-existent for him. But with Rogers here, was there any worry about who would pay the bill? The Swan Bar seemed like a relic of the old era, completely out of place in the modern metropolis. Everything inside exuded an ancient atmosphere, and the customers were mostly older adults, not young people. The drinks were all old-fashioned, lacking any modern innovations. Not bad, right? Bucky turned to Rogers, as if transported back to World War II. It had a very 20th century feel. Rogers was also drawn to the bar's decor, wandering around aimlessly. Time seemed to have forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. Hey, young man, this isn't the kind of bar you like. Let's go somewhere else. Just then, an elderly man with a white beard beside them, holding his glass, politely tried to dissuade them. Hearing this, Rogers and Bucky smiled slightly. Looking at themselves, they did indeed resemble the young men, but in reality, they were well past the age of 200. Deep down, they considered themselves lonely old men. We really like it here. It has a special familiar feeling, like we've returned to that era, Rogers said slowly, touching the table with a surge of emotion. The bar owner is definitely someone extraordinary. Oh, really? I'm afraid you can't handle this kind of drink, the white-haired old man laughed. He had seen these young people eager to try new things many times in the bar. Each time, they wouldn't even finish a single drink before getting dizzy and almost collapsing. Bucky, it seems some people don't believe us. Rogers went directly to the bar, took 2 bottles of old-fashioned spirits, and placed them in front of the white-haired old man. Consider it our treat. Open the bottle, grab 2 more glasses, and sit down next to the white-haired old man. Come on, 1 glass. Rogers raised his glass first, and under the watchful eyes of everyone else in the bar, downed it in 1 gulp. Good wine. Fine wine, just like the way people drink. Quick. So refreshing. The old man and Joe was watching Rogers with a you can do whatever you want look. Just when they thought Rogers was about to leave, he poured another glass and said again, let's drink together. It's no fun alone, I already said it's on you. Rogers confidently clinked glasses with the white-haired old man. However, the old man stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 168 Outbreak. Looking at the handsome Rogers before him, they were momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to approach the two of them. The other old men were also lost in thought. Firstly, these youngsters simply couldn't withstand the strength of the old liquor, hidden beneath the surface. None of them had noticed. Rogers finished another glass of strong liquor, recalling memories of World War II. He turned and shared glass after glass of strong liquor with Bucky. Bucky and Rogers murmured softly. They remembered the scenes of fighting together, the scene of Rogers confessing his love to Ka. They remembered everything, the most beautiful memories of World War II. But that time could never be returned to. It remained forever in their memories, to be revisited in the future. Rogers, what did you do to Red Skull in the end? Bucky's eyes shone with anticipation. He especially wanted to know the details of the matter. He just hadn't asked before due to lack of time and opportunity. In the final battle, we stormed into Red Skull's lair, where they were already on the verge of defeat. Under our fierce firepower, they were pushed back relentlessly, and I found Red Skull. He was already planning to escape the base in a plane, carrying the cosmic cube. Rogers recalled his final battle with Red Skull. Surprisingly, the surrounding elderly men also came and surrounded the two, listening intently to Rogers's explanation. Many of them were veterans of World War II, which explained their strong interest and fondness for this bar. Here, they could reminisce about their glorious past. And then? What happened next? Just as Rogers was getting thirsty and preparing to drink a glass of wine, one of the old men couldn't contain his impatience and asked impatiently. Ha, good question. Later despite the angry looks from the other old men, Rogers didn't care and laughed as he continued. Bang! A loud crash echoed as several thugs dressed in black and covered in tattoos swaggered into the bar. Where's the boss? Get the boss out here. The leader, a thug with green hair and a long, sinister face, exuded a sleazy and servile aura. What are you looking at? I'll chop you up, the horse-faced thug roared, exchanging a glance with Bucky. Before Bucky could retaliate, the other elderly men stepped forward, their faces filled with murderous intent and disdain. Having been tempered in war-torn environments, they didn't consider these thugs a threat. Get out of here with your men. The white-haired old man stood up, his eyes sharp as he barked. Old man, you're asking for trouble, daring to yell at me. The green-haired thug was astonished and immediately drew a sharp dagger from his waist. A high-quality Swiss Army knife. If it struck a vital spot, these old men wouldn't last a minute. Get out. I don't want to repeat myself, the old man said coldly, showing no fear. Leave it to us. Rogers and Bucky stepped out from behind, blocking the white-haired old man. This kind of good-for-nothing thing is our job. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to dare to help. They're really not afraid of death? Green Hair looked at Rogers and Bucky with a lewd expression, his Swiss Army knife spinning incessantly. I was just looking for a place to vent my anger today, and you've come at the perfect time. Rogers drew his shield from behind, the gleaming five-pointed star immediately startling the thug in front of him. You are Captain America. Shocked and frightened, Green Hair's legs seemed to tremble, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. In Seattle, almost everyone knew the name Captain America, and through the internet, everyone knew him too. How come I didn't see clearly that it was Captain America? Damn it. I should have worn contact lenses. Green Hair kept blaming himself in his heart. I'll definitely have to check the almanac before going out from now on, otherwise things will turn out like today, which will be troublesome. Where are you going? Did you want to fight me? Come on, Rogers said expressionlessly, slowly approaching Green Hair and his men step by step. Seeing their boss trying to back away, the others involuntarily retreated as well. Bang, the light suddenly dimmed, and the door behind them was found tightly shut. Damn it, who came in and closed the door? Green Hair roared at his underlings. Frightened and angry, Green Hair kicked his legs frantically, trying to reach the door quickly. It seemed he wanted to use his strength to push open the door and escape from the bar. It must be said that anyone who's in the underworld in Chongqing might not be the fiercest fighter, but their escape skills are absolutely top-notch. Rogers, have you forgotten who you are? Bucky grabbed Rogers' arm and said very seriously. As Captain America, a superhero, there are just too many things to uphold. Furthermore, the heavy responsibilities Rogers carried and his status in the eyes of the people strongly discouraged him from doing anything out of line. Ha, kid, you wouldn't dare hit me, would you? This green-haired guy's ability to read people's expressions and moods has reached a level of perfection. He immediately noticed Rogers and Bucky's conversation. His previously melancholy face brightened instantly, even showing a hint of a smile. He can't do it, and he didn't say I can't either. You idiot. Before Green Hair could even rejoice for a few seconds, a metal arm slammed into his face. Instantly, Green Hair's face swelled up, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. After being hit by this heavy punch, Green Hair seemed to lose consciousness, half lying on the ground, unconscious. His eyes were lifeless, unable to even focus, looking no different from a pair of dead fish eyes. With their boss beaten, Jotion's underlings all shrank back, their momentum completely gone, not daring to look up at Rogers and Bucky. Even Green Hair, lying to the side, kept as far away as possible. Please. Let me go. He's the one who ordered us. Let me go find him. We're all innocent. Several tattooed thugs, their faces contorted in a grimace, looked like pitiful little girls, extremely weak. Let them go. Just as Bucky was about to punch one of the thugs, Rogers grabbed his arm, stopping his attack. What are you doing? Bucky didn't speak, but his eyes revealed a clear intention, to play the long game and catch the big fish. Rogers stated simply and clearly. There was definitely someone directing these thugs. He was only able to help these old men defeat the thugs because he was there. If this wasn't resolved completely, these old men would be the ones suffering again when he left and had no time to deal with it. Get out. Don't let me see you again, Bucky roared, kicking the unconscious green-haired man hard. The opportunists jolted, crashing into the wall with a muffled thud. Yes, we're leaving right now. The thugs thanked them profusely, their eyes red and their noses stinging with tears. They kept glancing at Bucky and Rogers, then, with a start, slowly approached the door. The bar door opened, and the thugs, with a green-haired guy, quickly left. Young man, it's been a long time since I've seen people like you. Yeah, these young people nowadays, they're all weak and sickly, they put on makeup and look like sissies, they have no masculinity at all, they're just like women. Ugh, people like them would be hot commodities in prison. Ha. The older folks in the bar all looked on in surprise. A few old rascals chuckled and joked about the young people. It's alright, let's keep drinking. You didn't even have a drop. Rogers strode to the table, picked up a bottle of strong liquor, and poured a full glass into his glass. Then he walked to the center of the bar, raised his glass, and shouted, "Come on, bottoms up." Building on the previous experience, the older men in the bar echoed the sentiment, raising their glasses and shouting. The once quiet bar suddenly became lively, filled with excited chatter. Everyone was caught up in the frenzy of drinking, enjoying the boundless excitement Rogers and Bucky were providing at dusk. "Wow. You two can really drink, ha ha ha, young heroes abound. The future of America has you guys. Finally, I see a glimmer of hope. Come on, let's continue." Most of the older men in the bar were slumped on the tables, dazed. After all, they weren't like Rogers and Bucky, physically enhanced supermen. And given their age, their bodies couldn't handle too much alcohol. "Ha ha ha, let's continue." Rogers grabbed another bottle of strong liquor from the bar. Tonight was arguably the most exhilarating night he'd had since waking from his slumber. He'd rediscovered his former feelings, the memories were unforgettable. But at this point, those thugs should have brought their boss. Were they too scared to come for revenge? Rogers' mind raced with thoughts, his expression instantly turning dangerous. Are all thugs this laid back these days? Bang! Just as his thoughts were racing, the bar door was flung open. Wood chips flew, and the scent of trees filled the air. This person's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. "Who beat up my little brother? Get out here!" A rough, booming voice echoed through the bar. The drunken, dazed old men were startled awake by the sound and mumbled a few words. They seemed to be complaining about being disturbed from their sweet dreams. "Boss, it's these two." Green Hair pointed at Rogers and Bucky, his eyes filled with vengeance. "These two?" the massive, rock-muscled black man asked, pointing at Rogers and Bucky. "Yes, boss, it's them," Green Hair replied viciously. The killing intent in his eyes burst forth uncontrollably. Chapter 169 Recovery. A solemn atmosphere hung in the air, as if we had stepped into the Ice Age. "Kneel down," the muscular black man shouted arrogantly, as if he were God. But Rogers and Bucky remained unmoved, calmly looking at the muscular black man and his henchmen before them. "I said, kneel down. You two pieces of trash." The muscular black man's lips twitched, his expression instantly turning incredibly sinister, his eyes sharp as knives. Rogers and Bucky's actions were like a brutal slap across his face. Afterwards, he asked with great concern, "It shouldn't hurt too much, right? Judging by this must be Green Hair's boss, right?" Bucky turned to Rogers and asked slowly. His arm twitched slightly, as if he couldn't hold back any longer. "Stop babbling and get over here." The muscular black man glared and roared at Rogers and Bucky. "Rogers, you don't need to do anything, I'll handle it." Bucky took a step forward, his metal gleaming with a silver light. "Boss, those two don't even respect you." Green Hair fanned the flames from the side. The humiliation he suffered at Rogers and Bucky's hands would be repaid 100-fold. "You bastard. Let me see how trashy your metal hand is," the muscular black man roared, stomping his feet on the ground and launching himself like a cannonball. Soaring through the sky like an eagle, he arrived in front of Bucky in the blink of an eye. Under the dim light, his powerful muscles gleamed like a perfectly assembled machine, an incredible sight. Thud! Bucky's iron and the black man's right hand suddenly expanded, the air itself seeming to scorch. An invisible shockwave swept outwards, shattering nearby tables, chairs, and bottles into dust that scattered into the air. "Useless. Not bad at all. You actually managed to block my punch." The black man's eyes revealed utter astonishment. This guy, who looked like a mercenary, was indeed strong. No wonder he dared to stay here, as if waiting for his arrival. But next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. The black man pulled his right hand back, his body shuddering, as if an engine had roared to life again, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. His two hands came together, instantly transforming into a long weapon used to strike a temple bell. It crushed down with immense force, seemingly tearing apart space itself. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed through the air, as if divine lightning from the heavens had gathered and was about to obliterate the earth. A terrifying force emanated from the black man and Bucky, spreading outwards in all directions. The surrounding henchmen involuntarily raised their arms, their bodies tense, daring not to relax for a moment. Rogers narrowed his eyes, settled the drunken old men, and stood aside, silently watching the black man. From the two attacks just now, it was clear this black man was no ordinary human. He must be a mutant with special abilities. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have fought Bucky to such an extent. After all, Bucky was the man who had defeated him. Bang! The sounds of impact continued, Bucky and the Black Man locked in a brutal, unyielding battle. If it weren't for their explosive physical abilities, they wouldn't have been able to put their bodies through such a strain. Finally, another punch. Bucky's iron fist slammed into the Black Man's chest. And the Black Man's muscular right fist also struck Bucky's chest heavily. Neither of them retreated, instead, they seemed to be forcibly enduring the pain, gritting their teeth and persevering. Just then, Bucky sidestepped, moving with incredible speed to appear behind the Black Man. His eyes sharpened, and a chilling killing intent suddenly erupted. The henchmen around him were stunned by this sight. Was their boss going to be defeated like this? Bang! Like divine power descending from the heavens, the terrifying force made it almost impossible for them to open their eyes. Anyone struck by Bucky like that would undoubtedly be killed instantly. "Kid, you think you're really that strong?" A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out in the desolate and subtly tense atmosphere. All the henchmen quickly raised their heads, their eyes shining as they looked at the Black Man before them. This was their boss. This was their idol. The only one who could protect them in crucial moments. Boss. So cool. Boss. Kill him. Boss, avenge us. Everyone shouted and cheered. As if Christmas had arrived, they were overjoyed. Bucky frowned, momentarily surprised. His fist was actually trapped in the back of the man. Unbelievable. Bang. Before Bucky could react, a deadly punch violently struck his chest. Like a kite with a broken string, he crashed onto the table behind him, smashing it into wood chips and falling to the ground. Although there was no howl or groan, he had already lost. "Leave it to me." Just as Bucky was about to get up and continue fighting the Black Man, Rogers blocked him. "Eliminating gangsters in society will only benefit me." Rogers smiled slightly, gripped his shield, and took a step forward. "Change of personnel? Perfect, let me kill you both at once." The Black Man looked extremely excited, like a fighter who gets stronger with each battle. "No, I'll take you to jail," Rogers said calmly, unaffected by the Black Man's words. "Then I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a sharp, grating sound. A blur suddenly appeared before them, moving at top speed. To the onlookers, the Black Man's movements were completely imperceptible, and his location was impossible to discern. Clang. A fist as hard as a boulder, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck Rogers' shield. It was less a strike and more a case of Rogers predicting his direction. "You actually knew I'd punch from that direction, not bad." The Black Man, blocked, showed no sign of anger. Instead, he was like a calm and collected old man, silently watching as the Black Man's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. When he was found, he was already beside Rogers. "Hello." Another punch landed on Rogers' shield, and his gaze seemed to be greeting him. Even the Black Man, as calm as he was, couldn't withstand such sarcasm. A surge of rage from the depths of his heart exploded. A storm of punches, like a raging torrent, crashed down on Rogers' body. But with a shield in hand, nothing could stop him. Relying solely on his vibranium shield, Rogers blocked all of the Black Man's attacks. And the shield didn't even show a single scratch. It was as good as new. "You piece of trash. Yang, drink." Even as a mutant, the Black Man was now breathing heavily, his mouth heaving violently. Thump. A shield slammed into the Black Man's face, instantly deforming it. The henchmen who witnessed this gasped violently, their own faces trembling. This was a serious injury, if not fatal. You damn trash." The Black Man slowly turned his head like a robot, spitting out each word with vicious malice. Finally, without warning, with incredible speed, the shield struck Rogers' shield in a bizarre and grotesque manner. The Black Man looked extremely angry, his deformed face seemed to move. After a moment, it returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Moreover, due to his dark skin, it was even less noticeable that Rogers had just struck him with a shield. Damn it. Even a small-time thug leader is this hard to deal with now. Rogers felt a sharp pain in his arm as he forcefully blocked the Black Man's attack. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power he unleashed. Taking advantage of the Black Man's anger, he delivered a powerful kick to his right shin. The Black Man, severely injured, bent over, his eyes blazing with even more intense fury. Rogers quickly sidestepped, raising his shield for another heavy blow. Bang! Clearly, he had underestimated how terrifying an enraged Black Man could be. With astonishing reaction speed, he had blocked Rogers' attack. "I told you. You trash. You deserve to die." Bang! The black man completely ignored fighting techniques, just going for the kill head-on. His other fist slammed heavily into Roger's shield. It seemed he was determined to shatter the shield with sheer force before giving up. But the vibranium shield's resilience far exceeded the black man's expectations. Finally, punch after punch, the black man's fists whistled through the air, swift and ferocious. For a moment, Rogers was forced into defensive posture, only able to rely on the vibranium shield to withstand the onslaught like a lake. The black man combined his two fists into one, directly smashing Rogers' shield and sending him flying with tremendous force, crashing violently into a table and crushing it into pieces. Trash. I'll make you know what it's like to wish you were dead. The black man seemed tireless, always maintaining extremely abundant energy. Sorry, I've already tasted that feeling. Rogers slowly rose from the ground, watching the approaching black man with a strange smile. The black man was taken aback by Rogers' words. This guy, why isn't he playing by the rules? Whatever. The black man took 2 steps and 1, aiming a punch at Rogers' temple. If this punch landed, there would be no doubt, he would die. But Bucky, on the other hand, watched the fight with great interest. He wasn't worried at all that Rogers would be killed by the black man. In his mind, there was only one person who could defeat Rogers, Chen Feng, that extremely monstrous guy. Another punch, and the disheveled Rogers and the black man collided like a collision of planets. A violent aura immediately swept out. Beneath the wind, Rogers' gaze was deep and terrifying, as if from an ancient winter, brimming with killing intent. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 The Situation. Even the usually fearless black man was slightly affected and couldn't help but feel a chill. Get out of here, his clothes suddenly billowed, his muscles reached peak strength, unleashing his strongest power. He sent the black man flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind him, creating a huge crater. The henchmen all stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded, at the black man beside them in disbelief. Boss, Jindao's been defeated just like that. They were shocked, their hearts pounding wildly. If their boss was defeated, they would be in deep trouble. Especially Green Hair, who was covered in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably. He had just thoroughly provoked Rogers and Bucky. They would definitely show him no mercy. Thinking of this, Green Hair felt an urge to immediately kneel down and beg for a chance to survive. Bang! Just then, countless pieces of rubble shot out from the wall behind them. Then, defying the laws of physics, they floated in the air. This would make Newton turn in his grave. You monster! I will definitely kill you. The black man who emerged from behind the wall was completely obscured. His entire body was covered by hard stone, only his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Like an old man soaring in the sky, spotting his delicious prey below. This is your true strength, isn't it? Rogers looked at the black man before him with utter indifference. Step by step, he slowly approached the shield. You must be a mutant, right? Instead of staying with the mutant association, you're out there being a small-time gang leader? Is that interesting? He kept talking, trying to confuse the black man, but his main target was still the shield in front of him. Interesting, huh? Of course it's interesting. Killing you would be even more interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone floating in midair, like a missile with a homing system, bombarded Rogers. Seeing this, Rogers rolled to the side, instantly arriving in front of the shield, pulled it out from the ground, and immediately placed it in front of him. All the stones were blocked by the vibranium shield, and the small bar was instantly filled with a loud noise. Rogers, huddled behind the stones, kept a close eye on the situation outside. The instant the stone attack ended, Rogers suddenly stood up and charged out. Thump! But the black man was faster. Even though his entire body was covered by the heavy stones, he unleashed a terrifying speed. He struck Rogers' shield, which was bearing down on it. A deafening roar suddenly echoed in the scorching air, like a meteorite falling from the heavens. Rogers, suddenly struck by this impact, staggered backward. Before Rogers could react, the black man sprang up again, charging forward like a dog cutting down weeds. Boom! Another strike, this time aimed specifically at Rogers' shield. It seemed he wanted to prove to the world that his power could definitely smash this flimsy shield to pieces. However, the black man underestimated the power of vibranium. His attack failed completely. Rogers, behind the shield, got a moment to catch his breath and quickly dodged. Crack! But at that moment, the ground beneath Rogers' feet shattered, and a sharp spike shot out, aimed directly at his forehead. Bang! Fortunately, Rogers reacted quickly, his shield striking the spike with lightning speed and severing it, preventing more serious consequences. This attack also made Rogers realize the black man's strength. Rogers! Are you alright? Bucky quickly came to Rogers' side, asking with a worried expression. I'm fine, but you have to be careful. This guy is tough. Rogers looked troubled. The black man before him must have a relatively high level of mutant ability. Otherwise, with his own strength, dealing with an ordinary mutant would be a piece of cake. Yes, I see. His ability is to control the earth. So next, we need to get close to him quickly, not too far away. Bucky pointed out the most important point and stared intently at the black man in front of him. 2 people? Perfect, then let me kill you 2 pieces of trash. The black man seemed very excited at this moment, pounding his chest with his fists. Small stone dust fell from the air. Whoosh! The speed was extremely fast. The black man flashed past, almost unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Bucky and Rogers, his fists like cannonballs, slamming out. Thump! Thump! Rogers relied on his vibranium shield, while Bucky used his metal arm to forcefully block the black man's attack. However, they didn't have any time to react. The next round of attacks followed. The stones on the black man's body suddenly loosened, forming countless spikes, aimed at their faces. Like a rain of pear blossom needles, 600 stone needles attacked from all directions. Although Rogers and Bucky appeared calm and composed on the surface, their full strength had been unleashed. They quickly drew their shields, then held them in front of them, pulled Bucky to their side, and quickly retreated to the side. Clang! 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 A series of loud clanging sounds rang out. Rogers felt as if his arm had been struck heavily by a giant iron hammer, and a sharp pain shot through him. If it weren't for the super soldier serum injection, he would have been utterly defeated by the storm of stone needles. Useless trash, now you know how to borrow money? Ho ha ho ha! Seeing Rogers and Bucky fleeing in panic, the black man finally vented his anger, mocking them fiercely. However, Rogers and Bucky seized the opportunity to approach the black man's side. After all, they were both melee fighters, while the black man was at least a half-mage. If they couldn't get close, they would be on the defensive, with no chance of winning. After using their vibranium shields to block all the stone needle attacks, Rogers and Bucky immediately launched a fierce attack on the black man's back. Shields and iron arms complemented each other, attacking the same point simultaneously. Separate attacks would not pose much of a threat to the black man. Attacking the same point together is the best option. Useless trash. You don't know what's good for you. Think you can hurt me? The black man noticed this but didn't care, scoffing dismissively. However, what happened next completely exceeded his expectations. The 2 powerful attacks struck the black man's back simultaneously, creating a loud bang. Ha ha ha, trash, I told you so. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed a thin crack appear on his back, spreading outwards in all directions. What? The black man stared in disbelief at the injury on his back. But Rogers and Bucky wouldn't give him time to react, delivering another ferocious attack to the same spot. The continuous heavy blows caused the initially thin crack to grow longer, spreading from his back towards his chest. Get out of the way, Rogers shouted to Bucky, pulling him aside. The black man had already reacted, throwing heavy punches at the 2 men with incredible speed. If Rogers hadn't reacted quickly, that slap would have been enough to seriously injure Bucky. Damn it! Bucky cursed himself inwardly, extremely remorseful for his carelessness. I'll hold him off. You attack from the side, Rogers said solemnly, patting Bucky on the shoulder. A direct confrontation with the black man was his preferred scenario, but also the most difficult for both Rogers and Bucky. Against an opponent who relied solely on brute force, the best approach was to defeat him with strategy. Okay, Bucky nodded, quickly dodging to the side. Just then, the black man's attack swept in like a tidal wave. Rogers, his expression serious, raised his shield, displaying the utmost respect for his opponent, like a medieval knight. Come on, Rogers roared, advancing instead of retreating, charging in front of the black man in a single step. He engaged him in a head-on clash. His vibranium shield danced in the air, countless stones raining down, turning to dust and scattering in the air. The black man's attack, despite Rogers' fierce counterattack, failed to gain any advantage. Instead, Rogers firmly suppressed the black man's momentum. "Bucky, quick!" Rogers shouted from behind. Bucky instantly attacked from the side, his iron arm slamming into the opening created earlier. The crack widened again, revealing the black man's body inside. The attacked black man whirled around and lunged at Bucky's head. The air whistled, as if violently rubbed. Bucky reacted swiftly, dodging the attack in one swift motion. At the same time, Rogers, taking advantage of the opportunity, struck the black man's head with his shield. Stone shattered, countless dust particles falling. Caught in a pincer attack, even the powerful black man was trapped, constantly attacking Rogers and Bucky, but to no avail. "Bucky, just wear him down," Rogers said excitedly to Bucky, dodging the black man's attack again. He suddenly realized that having a smart brain was incredibly useful. "Ah! Ah! Ah! Ah!" the black man roared furiously. He felt it too. Rogers and Bucky were ganging up on him. "You two pieces of trash, I'll kill you." The black man's body trembled, and a surge of wild power was released instantly. The terrifying power was so great that Rogers and Bucky couldn't withstand it and were forced to retreat. "Wow, is this his final rage?" Rogers squinted, looking sternly at the black man before him. It seemed he was about to unleash his final, and strongest, attack. "Bucky, be careful, he might be about to explode." Hearing Rogers' warning, Bucky nodded, his iron arm raised in front of him, ready for battle. "One last blow, and I'll take him down." Chapter 171 Confidence. With a roar from the black man, the surrounding ground suddenly shifted dramatically, as if an earthquake had struck. Rogers and Bucky both felt the floor beneath their feet tremble violently. Then, they saw the floor crack, revealing the mud beneath. The dark earth was awe-inspiring. A casual roar had shattered the hard concrete, revealing the true nature of the soil. While the two were still in shock, something even more terrifying happened. Fragrant mud suddenly rose from the ground, transforming into enormous spheres that floated in midair. At incredible speed, countless black mud spheres flew up from the ground and hovered before everyone's eyes. This was the black man's power. This was the power of a mutant. He manipulated the earth at will, like a fully fledged mage. "Die!" the black man roared again. All the black mud spheres instantly merged together, transforming into a gigantic sphere as large as the ocean, instantly filling the entire bar. Rogers and Bucky could only see the giant mud ball in front of them, completely oblivious to the black man and his men. "Bucky, if they don't move, we won't move. Let's split up," Rogers said to Bucky, his brow furrowed and his expression serious. They knew nothing about the black man's fighting style, only making rough guesses. Therefore, it was best for them to separate, giving them a better chance to break through. Bucky leaped forward, quickly moving to the right front, but his view is still blocked by the giant black ball. At that moment, the giant black ball slowly rolled in, and a strong sense of suffocation could be felt in the air. Rogers and Bucky also slowly retreated, choosing not to directly confront it. "Rogers, there's no time, let's go," Bucky said urgently, looking at the approaching ball and the wall almost touching the bottom behind them. Rogers remained silent, seemingly unsure of what to do. Damn it, once again, he was trapped in a hopeless situation due to his lack of strength. Rogers cursed inwardly, wanting to punch himself. "I'll go first." Bucky couldn't stand the pressure any longer. In a flash, he charged forward. He drew his assault rifle from his waist and unleashed a barrage of fire at the black mud ball. The clanging of bullets hitting the ground echoed incessantly. However, the bullets hitting the mud ball were like punches into cotton. They were completely absorbed, causing no harm. Bucky's eyes suddenly changed, becoming even more aggressive, a murderous intent soaring through the air. He gripped his metal arm tightly, aiming at the front of the black mud ball and launching a fierce attack. Thump! A low, muffled sound rang out, seemingly without any earth-shattering impact, only the silence of a whisper. However, Bucky's heavy punch had an unexpected effect, directly crushing the black mud ball. A fist imprint about 30 centimeters long appeared on the very center of the mud ball. "You do have some courage, but your strength is too weak." A disdainful sneer suddenly came from behind the black mud sphere. Then, countless sharp blades suddenly shot out from within the black mud sphere, slashing across Bucky's entire body. Although it was formed from mud and soil, being hit by it would leave one severely wounded, if not dead. "Bucky!" Rogers' roar suddenly rang out, and then a blur of motion appeared in the air. A shield appeared right in front of Bucky. Countless sharp blades struck the vibranium shield and crumbled. The world's hardest material is not just a name. I thought you were a weakling? I didn't expect you to dare to come forward. Ha ha ha. The attack was blocked, but it still couldn't stop the black man's taunts. Now he was like a god, high above, easily watching the ordinary people below who were caught in a dilemma. Rogers didn't say anything, but led Bucky back a step. Once he was safe, he picked up his shield, aimed it at the giant mud ball, and a sharp, cold glint flashed in his eyes. This time, he would defeat his enemy with his own strength. Ah! Rogers roared. His bones crackled and popped like popping beans. His aura suddenly changed, filled with fearlessness. Now, it's our battle, Rogers murmured to himself. In a flash, he appeared to the left of the black mud ball and slammed his shield down. But this attack was nothing to the mud ball. It was like a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Relying on the incredible flexibility of the mud, it quickly blocked the powerful impact of the shield. Using softness to overcome hardness, the phrase immediately flashed through Rogers' mind. He himself had used the same method to defeat the black man. And now, only a few minutes later, the black man had learned it and put it to use. How incredibly ironic. Then I'll use your method and defeat you head-on. Rogers' muscles hardened, and with all his might, he pulled the shield trapped in the mud out. Then he slammed it in another direction. Countless heavy blows only brought the same disappointment. He had no effect whatsoever and could only watch helplessly as the mud ball continued to roll forward. 10 meters left, at most 1 minute. Rogers turned around, glanced at the wall behind him, and felt even more tense. If they couldn't finish off the mud ball within these 10 meters, they would be crushed like a bulldozer. With unwavering determination, Rogers charged forward again, slamming his fist into the mud ball with tremendous force. Countless specks of mud flew through the air, then scattered. But the mud ball remained completely unaffected, still the same size as before. 8 meters. Rogers' attack, though fierce and powerful, was like sweet honey in front of the mud ball. It had the power, but no real damage. Rogers, I'm here to help you. Bucky rushed forward quickly. His metal arm, which had been affected by the mud, had malfunctioned for a moment, but now it was starting to recover. Despite their combined efforts to fight the mud ball, they couldn't stop its advance. Faced with a seemingly magical creation, Rogers and Bucky, two melee fighters, appeared quite inexperienced and were completely overwhelmed. Bucky, go smash down the wall behind us. Rogers made a final decision as the mud ball approached the wall. No, no, no. Such a beautiful wall can't be destroyed carelessly. Just then, a clear, cool voice suddenly rang out, and a figure appeared abruptly in front of Bucky and Rogers. Rogers and Bucky looked closely and immediately realized that the person before them was completely different from ordinary earthlings. The man was entirely silver, standing on a silver skateboard, looking like a Brooklyn street thug. Who are you? Rogers warily observed the man before him, maintaining a high level of tension. Just the bar owner, the silver-clad man said casually, seemingly ignoring the approaching mud ball behind him. Owner? You own this bar? Bucky was utterly confused. A man who didn't seem like an earthling opened a bar with a distinctly 20th century feel. How intriguing. Bang! Just as Rogers and Bucky were stunned, Silver Ash blocked the advancing mud ball with a single palm strike, forcefully stopping it. Holy crap! Rogers and Bucky were utterly shocked by this. Their hearts clenched, their eyes fixed on Silver Ash. Such strength was incomprehensible. You brat. Don't meddle in other people's business. The black man behind the mud ball, realizing his attack had been blocked, shouted angrily. However, Silver Slider seemed not to hear him, still looking at Rogers and Bucky in front of him. Because these two faces seemed somewhat familiar, with a sense of déjà vu. I said, mind your own business. Useless trash. The black man instantly passed through the mud ball, as if a passage had been opened for him. Behind him, a huge stream of mud and rocks, like a waterfall, lashed out at Silver Slider. However, even with a seemingly endless killing intent behind him, Silver Slider remained completely calm. You're too noisy, a gentle voice came, along with a silver skateboard. Time seemed to stand still. The black man didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the skateboard. He felt as if he had been hit by a giant mountain, and was thrown backward at high speed like a cannonball. Ouch! He was about to crash into the thick wall, but it seemed to be stopped by an invisible barrier, and he tumbled and fell in midair. Shut up! The black man was about to speak when Silver Slip flicked his finger, and a beam of energy shot out, instantly sealing his mouth. Even if he wanted to use his physical strength, he couldn't feel anything. It was as if everything inside him was sealed off, completely empty. I hate it when people act recklessly in my house, and I especially hate ugly people. Silver Slip never turned around, as if he were talking to himself, venting his troubles. Also, I hate it when people vandalize my house. These tables, the floor, and everything that's damaged, it seems you'll have to pay for it. After saying this, Silver Slip looked at Rogers and Bucky, and asked, word by word, you two aren't from this era, are you? One sentence made the two of them incredibly surprised. How could a stranger know them so well? Dorge's was alright, but Beijing's identity had long been public knowledge, almost everyone in the group knew. But Bucky, he had never trained in the county, and his knowledge was limited to the World War II era. Therefore, this was very strange, even frightening. I'm not a bad person, answer me. His calm tone suddenly changed, and an invisible pressure arose. Rajesh and Bucky both felt a weight on their hearts, as if a huge boulder was pressing down on them. That's right, we're not from this era. What do you want? Bucky was the first to speak, fearlessly charging forward. Just as I thought, I've seen both of you before, Silver nodded confidently. Chapter 172 Anxiety. But these words completely baffled Rogers and Bucky. Was he so eager to ask this question simply to confirm what he believed? Were all powerful people so impulsive? Despite having countless questions in their minds, both of them held back and didn't ask directly. Come on. Let's have a drink over there. Silver Slick extended his right hand, beckoning the two like a shrew. The two, already bewildered, were further confused by this gesture. But their legs unconsciously moved towards the table beside them. A bottle of 1912 Lafite, hidden away for so long, was finally being brought out. Silver Slick went behind the bar and took a bottle of wine from a hidden compartment. Meanwhile, the black man and his henchmen on the other side huddled in a corner, terrified, not daring to move. Their eyes were fixed on Silver Slick, constantly observing his movements. If he moved even slightly closer, a commotion would erupt, and they would retreat, like mice pacing frantically after spotting a cat. Who are you? Rogers mustered his courage and asked righteously after Silver Slick sat down at the table. Didn't I tell you? I'm the owner of this bar. Silver Slick smiled slightly and personally poured drinks for Rogers and Bucky. I want to know your true identity. What's your name? And are you from Earth? Rogers had barely finished asking when Bucky followed up. This was the biggest question in both their minds. However, due to Silver Ash's strength, Rogers didn't ask directly, hoping to guide the conversation step by step using previous questions. But Bucky was much bolder. Drink this first, I'll tell you my identity later. Silver Ash picked up a glass and placed it in front of them, gesturing for Rogers and Bucky to drink. Don't be afraid, I won't use any underhanded methods, there's absolutely no need, Silver Ash explained with a helpless smile. Hearing this, Rogers and Bucky remained skeptical. After all, they knew nothing about Silver Ash and didn't understand his personality, so they had to remain vigilant, especially when they were at a disadvantage. Drink. Bucky, I'm not afraid, Bucky shouted, picking up the glass and downing it in one gulp. Seeing this, Silver Ash almost broke into a bright smile. He seemed to really like Bucky's hearty personality. Let's drink together. Silver Ash and Rogers clinked glasses, then Silver Ash downed his glass of red wine in one gulp. Rogers hesitated for a moment, then picked up his glass and downed his wine in one go as well. Ha, I never thought that after so many years, I would still see people from that era again. Silver Ash poured more wine and said slowly. Like an old man from the last century, he was telling his own story. I have to say, the speed of Earth's development is really too fast. In the blink of an eye, it feels like hundreds of years have passed. Listening to Silver Ash's self-talk, Rogers and Bucky were both lost in thought. The incredibly powerful man in front of them seemed to be from another era. There was a sense of maturity emanating from his body. Bucky wanted to ask more questions, but an invisible force pressed down on his throat, preventing him from uttering a single word. However, another energy urged Rogers and Bucky to drink the wine on the table together. After a while, the wine bottle on the table was empty. Alright, you two, go back. Silver Slime took the glass, stood up, and looked particularly cheerful. What? Upon hearing this, Rogers and Bucky were both stunned, unable to react for a long time. What does this mean? You're keeping us here just to drink a bottle of wine? But without giving them any chance to explain, A powerful force pushed them out of the bar. Along with a mutant black man and all his henchmen, they were thrown out as well. Big Brother! Big Brother, the henchman, who hadn't suffered too much damage, rushed to the black man's side and surrounded him. 02 Rogers, what should we do with this mutant? Bucky turned to look at Rogers and scratched his head. If it were according to the old habits, he would definitely give them a beating and teach them a lesson first. Now that Rogers was around, he had to respect his opinion. After all, Captain America's identity was what it was. Take him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Rogers hesitated for a moment before making this decision. If they couldn't bring back Venom, they'd bring back a wicked mutant. That way, they wouldn't lose all face. Bucky nodded and strode over to the black man and his henchmen. He roared, "All of you, stand up." The already timid thugs, startled by Bucky's shout, immediately collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. "Please. Let us go, let us go," all the henchmen wailed and whipped, completely losing their former bravado. Cough cough cough, the black man, who had been restrained, suddenly coughed violently, seemingly trying to stand up, but he couldn't muster the strength. Silver Ash's strength was still too terrifying. The after effects were so great that the black man hadn't even had time to come to his aid. Rogers also walked over at this moment and smashed his shield violently into the black man's head. He instantly passed out. All the underlings who saw this scene were terrified, their eyes wide with fear. The dimly lit street fell into endless silence. "Take them away," Rogers casually said, pulling up the unconscious black man. No one dared to resist, and no one dared to beg for mercy. They all obediently followed Rogers to S.H.I.E.L.D. As dusk fell, Chen Feng and Natasha were cooking and making love in the kitchen. Actually, they were just being affectionate and extremely passionate. Mindy and Wanda outside were completely oblivious to the sounds inside. It was just too embarrassing. "Wanda, let's play a game together." Mindy handed the controller to Wanda, hoping to vent his anger through gaming. "Come on." Wanda rolled up her sleeves, picked up the controller, her eyes blazing with fury. Soon, Wanda and Mindy were engaged in a tense, exciting, and bloody killing game. "Quick, quick, Wanda, there's an enemy behind me, kill him," Mindy roared excitedly. The controller vibrated wildly in his hands. It has to be said, Mindy was absolutely crazy about games. It was arguably his second favorite thing after Chen Feng. Two little brats. Natasha, in the kitchen, peeked out, a smile involuntarily curving her lips. She looked mature, but deep down she was still a child. Chen Feng, with his arm around Natasha's slender waist, chimed in. "Seeing how much fun they're having, they'll definitely be busy soon. Let's hurry up and prepare dinner." Natasha patted Chen Feng's arm and said seriously. "With me here, what's there to be afraid of?" Chen Feng confidently tilted his head and looked at Natasha. HMPH, Natasha playfully slapped Chen Feng's arm, looking like a shy young girl. "So cute." Chen Feng pinched Natasha's cheek and kissed her forehead. The two then returned to the kitchen to prepare the delicious food. Oh. Yes. Almost there. Give it your all, Wanda, Mindy shouted excitedly, the controller in her hand seemingly about to give way to her strength. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound suddenly rang out, breaking the atmosphere of Wanda and Mindy's game. But at this moment, the game was at a crucial moment, and the two were still focused on the screen. They didn't have time to care who was outside. Knock. Knock. The knocking became even more violent, as if trying to smash the door down. Mindy and Wanda couldn't take it anymore and roared, "Who is it?" Surprisingly, no one answered, as if they'd stepped into a horror movie. "Mindy, Wanda, which of you two will go open the door?" Chen Feng's voice came from the kitchen, but no one paid any attention to Wanda and Mindy, who were almost done with the game. Naturally, they wouldn't put down their controllers just because of a few words. "Sigh, I'll go." Seeing no movement from the living room, and the knocking getting louder, Chen Feng had no choice but to go himself, walking helplessly to the front door. "Who is it?" Chen Feng opened the door, already guessing who it might be, but the face before him truly shocked him. "Why are you back?" he blurted out instinctively. The person in front of him was already preparing to step into the house. "Wait," Chen Feng stopped her, preventing her from going any further. "I just want to go in and see, is that not allowed?" Gaily pouted, hands on her hips, and said angrily. "No, shouldn't you have greeted me? And how is Kingpin? Is he healed?" Gailey's arrival completely caught Chen Feng off guard, leaving him momentarily dizzy. "He's thick-skinned, of course he's healed." Gailey said casually. She didn't care about that fat kingpin at all. What she wanted now was for Chen Feng to give her delicious food again. Otherwise, what was she doing here so late? Going to starve? Chen Feng, who's outside? What's the matter? Natasha's voice came from inside the room. After all, Chen Feng was in charge of cooking dinner. Hearing Tasha's voice coming from the kitchen, Chen Feng immediately felt a headache coming on. I don't have time today, I'll come find you tomorrow. After considering it for a moment, he decisively refused. There are already 3 women in the house. If another one comes, wouldn't that be like having a mahjong table? The situation would be absolutely terrifying and unexpected. Please, I came all this way, you're just going to push me away like this. I'm not leaving. Silly's expression suddenly turned serious, hands on her hips, chin up. Chen Feng, who is he? Can you come over first? Pesha's voice rang out again, her tone already somewhat anxious. For a Westerner like her, truly mastering Eastern cuisine was still a bit of a challenge. Listen to me first, go back, I'll come find you tomorrow. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he walked straight back and was about to close the door. Chapter 173 Interest. Slap, Natasha slammed her hand on the door, blocking Chen Feng's path. What are you trying to do? You're so young, go to sleep already. Chen Feng looked at Natasha helplessly. This little brat is so naughty. I'm having dinner at your house tonight, Natasha said earnestly. But those words sounded so unsettling to Chen Feng. Just then, Tasha, wearing a purple dress, came out of the kitchen. When she saw Natasha, her eyes widened, seemingly at a loss. You? What are you doing here? Last time, it was Natasha who had driven Tasha and Mindy to the brink of despair. Hi. Hello, Natasha greeted innocently, as if she had forgotten Natasha's face. Don't you remember me? Last time in the Veil building, you attacked me and Mindy, a little girl. Have you forgotten? Natasha continued to ask. She never expected that the little girl in purple would one day come to her home. Wallet building? Have I ever been there? Gailey scratched her head, looking confused, as if she had truly forgotten. The carefree Gailey had long since forgotten many things from before. For Gailey, remembering everything would be incredibly boring and foolish. So, she selectively forgot anything unimportant after doing it. You really don't remember? Tasha stared intently at Gailey, as if trying to see through her eyes to see if she was lying. Chen Feng, that's her, the little girl in purple who attacked me and Mindy last time, and then left at the last moment, Natasha whispered in Chen Feng's ear. May I come in? Gailey couldn't wait any longer and sneaked in through the gap between Natasha and Chen Feng. I haven't given permission yet, Chen Feng exclaimed, but he couldn't stop Gailey's advance. It seems a bit, Natasha muttered to herself. Her first impression of Gailey was one word, silly. I think so too, you couldn't agree more. Gailey was a pure foodie, and a foodie with a big brain. Oh, is this? Seeing Gailey's expression, Da forgot about the controller in her hand and the game she was playing. She instinctively felt that the chaotic energy in her body seemed to be watched by a pair of eyes. She had a feeling of being targeted by a hunter, and she was very nervous. Wanda, what's wrong with you? Move. Or you'll die? Ming pushed Wanda with her hand, her voice trembling with excitement. My God. Wanda. Look what you've done. We could have really? Ming angrily threw her hand aside, turned her head furiously, and looked at Wanda. You're not a. When she saw the little girl, Natasha, running around in the back room, Mindy's eyes were filled with shock. Like Natasha, she also remembered this little girl. It's okay, she doesn't seem to remember us. Natasha walked to Mindy's side, patted her shoulder, and said reassuringly. What? Doesn't remember us? Mindy didn't believe it at all. How could such a powerful opponent have dementia? How about we leave her here and have a meal? Natasha looked around, seeking the opinions of the others. I have a problem with that. Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, Mindy, like a little kid, raised her right hand first. What if she recognizes us and tries to kill us? Hearing Mindy's question, Natasha's expression also showed some concern. This was indeed a very serious problem. If not handled properly, it could lead to an irreversible outcome. Ladies, are you ignoring me? Chen Feng stepped forward, extremely annoyed. They knew his strength, why were they afraid of a little brat? Oh right. I almost forgot about you. Only then did Natasha smile awkwardly, her mood slightly relaxed. With Chen Feng by her side, there was indeed little need to worry about this problem. Does that mean we can leave her here for dinner? Wanda asked softly. With Chen Feng by her side, that feeling had actually subsided considerably. There was a sense of relief. Then let's leave her here. We can take this opportunity to observe her, Natasha nodded. This idea had been in her mind from the beginning. But how did she know our house was here? And at this time, just as the atmosphere relaxed, Mindy's words reignited the tension. Especially her eyes, which were now fixed on Chen Feng. It was this guy who opened the door, Nord Zhao, and of everyone, this guy is the most suspicious. Why are you looking at me? It wasn't me, Chen Feng vehemently denied. Then he quickly contacted Gailey, and had to try his best to cover up the lie before it was exposed. What's wrong? Gailey turned her head, looking at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression. No. Turn your head away, just like Yango, look around freely, Chen Feng shouted. In that room, both Mindy and Wanda turned their heads to look at Gailey. Fortunately, she turned her head at the last second, preventing the two from noticing anything amiss. Let's go ask, won't we find out? Mindy still didn't trust Chen Feng and walked directly towards the strolling Gailey. Remember what I just said, don't expose me, or you won't get any snacks anymore, Chen Feng solemnly warned. At this time, vigilance was absolutely crucial. Having received Chen Feng's instructions, Gailey dared not refuse and, following his orders, completely severed ties with him. Let me ask you a question, do you and this guy have any relationship? Mindy walked to Gailey's side and asked softly. After all, this girl, younger than herself, had a completely different personality from her appearance. It was a kind of adorable contrast that made one feel as if they were falling into an ice cave. Especially the memory of being beaten up by Gailey last time, it seemed vivid in her mind. Therefore, Mindy's tone was extremely respectful. You mean that loser guy? How could I possibly know him? Gailey pointed at Chen Feng and said with a look of disgust. Like a normal person encountering a pile of dog poop, her expression suddenly changed drastically, and she couldn't help but curse that vicious dog inwardly. Damn it! Who told you to say that? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, wanting to grab Gailey and spank her a few times. Really don't recognize her? Mindy stared intently at Ruo Jiley, trying to see through the illusion and find the truth. But all she saw in her eyes was growing disgust. Is that even a question? Do you think my taste is that bad? Jiley scoffed, turning her head away. Dressed all in black, I'd think she was going to someone's funeral. A sudden muttered remark completely shattered Chen Feng's composure. You little brat, you can forget about snacks from now on. That one sentence completely dispelled Mindy's thoughts, while she forced a smile as she looked at Chen Feng. It had been a long time since she'd heard anyone criticize him so scathingly. Alright, since there's nothing else, you and Wanda can go and entertain her first. Natasha walked over to Gailey and told her and Wanda to go play. After all, there's still a lot of things waiting for Chen Feng and me to do in the office. You just stay here and play with him. Remember, don't reveal our relationship. And don't you dare continue to slander me, Chen Feng warned angrily again. If there weren't so many people here, he would definitely have taught her a lesson. You two entertain her well. Natasha and I will finish the last few dishes. Chen Feng took Natasha's hand and walked into the kitchen together. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Gailey's arrival was an absolute surprise. What was supposed to be a beautiful weekend evening had been turned into a suspense drama by her actions. Chen Feng, do you even know her? She doesn't seem like she's here to see me and Mindy. Natasha, who had entered the kitchen, stared directly at Chen Feng and asked seriously. With her agent's intuition, Natasha keenly sensed that Gailey had come for Chen Feng. Of course not, darling, what are you thinking? Maybe aliens are just a bit strange. Chen Feng stroked Natasha's head and smiled slightly. In reality, he was extremely nervous. A woman's intuition was truly terrifying. An alien? How do you know she's an alien? Natasha quickly grasped the crucial point, her eyes widening. Please, darling, you know my strength, can't you tell? I think you're just too sensitive. Chen Feng's mind raced, and he quickly fabricated a lie. Really? Natasha was still somewhat skeptical. Actually, rather than disbelief, her main concern was that Chen Feng would definitely help her and Mindy avenge themselves. And that was precisely what she least wanted to see. Of course, why would I lie to you? Little Yao Yin, Shen said with absolute certainty. His expression betrayed nothing. Oscar-level acting skills, definitely deserving of a Best Actor award. Yes, I believe you, After a series of explanations, Tasha finally ended the topic. Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Phew. It's a real shame I'm not an actor with acting skills like this. Hollywood has lost a genius. Wanda and Mindy, initially somewhat timid and hesitant when facing Gailey, were still quite nervous. After all, her strength was undeniable, terrifyingly powerful. But after spending time with her, it became clear that Gailey was just a child. She was incredibly interested in everything, as if she had never encountered any of these things before. Soon, the three began their joyful time. Golly, hurry! 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 Time waits for no one, we can't waste any time, Mindy shouted to Gailey. Yes, sir, Gailey replied playfully, also captivated by the game. Hearing the laughter outside, Natasha in the kitchen smiled maternally. As an agent, she had had her uterus removed and could never have children again. Therefore, she was always full of care for children younger than herself. Chen Feng, on the other hand, had a different kind of affection. Being close had its advantages, but also its disadvantages. If Gailey accidentally blurted out the truth, it would be a huge problem. Chapter 174 Conditions. After all, given her carefree personality, this kind of thing is quite possible. Golly, you must remember, don't tell anyone about us, to avoid this 1 in 10,000 possibility, Chen Feng reminded her again. Don't bother me, Golly suddenly shouted in the living room. This startled Wanda and Mindy. Golly, what's wrong? Wanda asked cautiously, afraid of touching a nerve with Golly. Could it be that she had offended her by directing her earlier? Nothing, I was just thinking about something else. Golly shook her head, her face flushing red, looking a little shy. Oh, Mindy and Wanda nodded, their tense feelings easing slightly. Damn. This little bunny Keiko is actually throwing a tantrum, Chen Feng silently complained in his heart. She's unreliable, it seems I need to get rid of her as soon as possible. After a while, Chen Feng and Tasha finally finished preparing all the dishes. Dinner's ready, Natasha called out to the outside. Wow. Dinner's ready. Wanda and Mindy jumped up excitedly, tossing the game controllers onto the sofa and rushing to the table. Wow. It smells so good, they exclaimed involuntarily. Meanwhile, Golly looked at Wanda and Mindy with a bewildered expression, not understanding their excitement. The game was at its most crucial and thrilling moment. Golly, come quick. Otherwise, it'll be gone, Mindy waved to Golly. The air was filled with delicious aromas, almost heavenly. Golly nodded, her curiosity piqued. Successfully drawn in, Golly quickly walked to the table, her eyes shining as she looked at the colorful dishes before her. Having been on Earth for so long, Kingpin had provided many delicacies, but none had such enticing colors. Golly, let me tell you, you came all this way here today, and this meal was totally worth it. While playing video games, Golly told Mindy that she had come all the way from Miami Beach. Really? Golly remained skeptical. Kingpin had given her too many unpleasant memories. Trust me, would I lie to you? Mindy confidently patted her chest, as if guaranteeing herself like a warrior. The dishes are all served, it's almost time to begin. Natasha, carrying a bowl of kung pao chicken, came out of the kitchen and said. Hey. What about me? Chen Feng shouted from inside the kitchen, quickly poking his head out to stop them. Women, he sighed, then hurriedly brought out the last dish and walked to the table. The last dish was boiled beef. When Chen Feng placed the plate on the table, everyone's eyes were drawn to it. It must be said, anything Chen Feng made was a masterpiece. Both the appearance and the aroma reached the pinnacle of this dish. What are you waiting for? Eat. Chen Feng was the first to pick up his chopsticks, taking the most glossy piece of beef under everyone's watchful eyes. You're cheating, Mindy angrily shouted. Like a mouse caught in a cheese snatching, she picked up her chopsticks and quickly grabbed the piece of beef from the plate. The moment she put it in her mouth, she cried out in surprise. It's hot. It's hot, Mindy gasped for breath, her face flushed, looking quite adorable. Eat, Natasha said, smiling slightly as she looked at the two women before her. Having these people around made life much happier. It was so much better than living alone before, her heart felt warm. Wanda and Gailey nodded, picked up their chopsticks, though still a bit clumsy, and slowly picked up a piece of beef. Under the bright light, it gleamed with an alluring appearance. Tempted by this, Wanda and Gailey couldn't resist and swallowed the beef in one gulp. Wow. Wow, Gali exclaimed 4 times in a row, showing her excitement. Really? 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 It's so delicious. Wanda was also intoxicated, her face beaming. Natasha watched them eat first, then started eating herself. For a moment, the air fell silent, broken only by the sound of chewing. Nothing else. Everyone was completely absorbed in the delicious food, unable to tear themselves away. There were no words, only the constant movement of their chopsticks. Soon, the dishes were gone, leaving only a few scattered pieces of vegetables and meat. The beauties who were supposed to be dieting couldn't resist the temptation of the food and became addicted. And it seemed they ate just as much as Chen Feng. You're all like pigs, Chen Feng murmured, looking at the group in front of him. You're a pig? You're the pig? Your whole family are pigs, Mindy immediately retorted. Yeah, right, my family is you guys, and of course you're all pigs, that's right. My brain finally works. Chen Feng, like a refined and easygoing gentleman, casually retorted. You. Mindy was so angry that she couldn't speak for a moment. Ha ha ha. Natasha and Wanda next to her both laughed. But beneath that laughter was immense emotion. Because of Chen Feng's words, they were considered his family. No blood relation, but family, isn't that an admission? Natasha, who had already realized this, was very happy. At this moment, Gali was watching Chen Feng and Mindy laughing and fighting. A hint of envy was revealed in her eyes. She had never been by her father's side, at home, and felt this kind of... Mindy, you can come here to play often in the future. Natasha kept an eye on Gali and smiled gently. After spending the evening together, Natasha had a preliminary understanding of Gali. She shouldn't be the kind of violent little girl, perhaps she was just being used by Kingpin. Gali nodded. Then she muttered to herself, if only I had a good family. I don't even want to go home. They always torment me. Although her voice was low, Natasha still caught it keenly. Gali, what did you say? Does your family abuse you? No. Gali's stammering made Natasha even more suspicious. Gali, tell me all your grievances. Just treat me as your good friend, and I will help you. Hearing Gali's words, the maternal love deep within Natasha was completely aroused. I just don't want to go back to that home. Gali's eyes welled up with tears, pearl-like tears swirling in her eyes. Then you can stay here tonight. We have many more rooms, Natasha blurted out without thinking. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng and Mindy, who were still talking, suddenly froze and stopped. Little brat, lying, Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Isn't this just a disguised excuse to try and settle here permanently? No way. Impossible. Absolutely not. This was the only thought in Chen Feng's mind. He regretted buying such a big house. What was the point of keeping it? Honey, since Gali said her family has problems, why don't we go to her house and try to persuade her? Chen Feng approached Tasha, speaking with great concern. Yuming, if you don't go home tonight, your parents will be very worried, right? Natasha suddenly thought of this, her big eyes blinking. It's okay, they know what happened to me tonight. Gali waved her hand, explaining somewhat flusteredly. It's better to go back. What parent doesn't care about their child? Chen Feng said again, determined to get Gali home. Staying here, she might talk in her sleep and reveal everything. What would happen? That's right, Gali, why don't you take me to your house, and I'll talk to your parents. Natasha crouched down and patted Gali's head like an older sister. Are you really going to my house? Gali's face was pale, but she stared intently at Chen Feng, a sly look in her eyes. When Chen Feng saw Gali's eyes, he instantly understood everything. This little girl was threatening him. If he insisted on taking her home, she would definitely run into Kingpin and his men. Then things might get messy, and he wouldn't be able to handle it. Natasha, why don't you leave Gali's matter to me? You've been quite tired lately, so go back and rest, Chen Feng whispered in Natasha's ear. Are you really sure you can handle this? Natasha was somewhat skeptical. After all, she knew Chen Feng quite well. Of course, don't you trust me? Chen Feng smiled confidently, then pushed Natasha into the room. Are you sure you don't need me to come? Natasha asked again seriously. Of course I do. I don't want this guy coming back with me. Before Chen Feng could answer, Gali shouted. What's the point of letting Chen Feng go back with her? Chen Feng immediately glared at Gali, but all he got in return was a smirk from her. Gali said I should go. Natasha immediately stopped and turned to look at Gali. This poor little girl, Not only was she abused by her parents at home, but even outside, she was brainwashed and controlled by Kingpin. It was truly pitiful. Tasha, believe me, I can manage on my own, you don't need to go. Then Chen Feng quickly sent a message to Gailey, telling her not to bring up this condition again. No, Sister Natasha, I want you to come with me. Gailey quickly ran to Natasha's side and hugged her leg tightly. She's so young and already knows how to hug someone's leg. What will she be like when she grows up? Chen Feng was furious at the sight. This little girl, did she learn that from Mindy? In an instant, she perfectly identified the culprit. Besides Mindy, no one else is so good at finding their own weakness. Hey! What are you doing? Just then, the voice he least wanted to hear rang out. Chapter 175 Defense Line. With the sound of bright footsteps, Mindy appeared before the three. Sister Mindy, he's kicking me out. The moment she saw Mindy, Gailey rushed into her arms, crying. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Gailey finally came to her house and you're kicking her out? Did you do something wrong? It has to be said, Gailey's restraint towards Chen Feng was the strongest among all women. Alright, since you don't want to leave, I'll let you be. Stay here for the night. Chen Feng didn't want to waste words, waved his hand, and turned to walk into the house. Chen Feng, Natasha called out, quickly following Chen Feng. The two went upstairs together, seemingly to talk about something. Gailey, it's alright now, let's play some games together. Mindy smiled slightly, pulled Gailey quickly to the sofa, and handed her the controller. Only then did a happy smile appear on Gailey's face. From today onwards, Gailey, am officially moving into Chen Feng's house, no money required. Darling, is there something you need from us? Natasha blocked Chen Feng's path, stopping him from walking forward. She stared at him solemnly, her eyes seemingly filled with pleading and expectation. Nothing, just seeing her, a little girl. Parents are bound to worry when she's away from home, is that all? You shouldn't be so agitated. Natasha cut to the chase, her eyes fixed on Chen Feng, refusing to let him off the hook. Do you really want me to say it? Chen Feng grabbed Natasha's shoulder, his eyes gleaming. Natasha nodded heavily, expressing her determination. Alright, Chen Feng's forceful tone softened, a hint of apology appearing in his eyes. I'm afraid that seeing Gailey will remind you of the pain of your infertility. I don't want you to suffer. Chen Feng gently touched Natasha's belly, speaking with extreme concern. Hearing this, Natasha froze, instinctively pressing down on Chen Feng's right hand that was touching her stomach. Her heart pounded. Yes, every time she looked at Gailey, a fantasy would flash through her mind, how wonderful it would be if she and Chen Feng had a child of their own. But every time she touched her own belly, reality would cruelly crush her. She would never be able to have a child with Chen Feng. Her heart instantly sank, and she became incredibly sad. It's okay, darling, I've come to terms with it. Natasha forced a strong smile. Especially at times like these, she couldn't show her true feelings, otherwise it would definitely affect Chen Feng. No, darling, I will do everything in my power to help you fix this, believe me. Chen Feng kissed Natasha's forehead, expressing his determination. This wasn't a boast, but a genuine thought, to help Natasha achieve her goal. Hearing Chen Feng's seemingly tender confession, Natasha couldn't hold back her tears, her tear ducts dilated, her eyes reddening, tears welling up. Why are you crying? This is my responsibility as your husband. Chen Feng gently wiped away Natasha's tears, smiling as he spoke. Promise me you'll never be a crybaby, okay? Chen Feng smiled slightly, his movements even more graceful. Yes, Natasha nodded vigorously, then suddenly threw herself into Chen Feng's arms. The man she had chosen was indeed the right one. In every way, he had reached the pinnacle of manhood. So you wanted to be in my arms? You should have said so earlier. Why did you have to wait so long? Humph. No way. Natasha raised her angry little fist and punched Chen Feng's chest. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng smiled happily and unconsciously patted Natasha's head. This was the most relaxed and happiest time for him. The evening passed quickly. For Chen Feng, tonight was the most wonderful and joyful time. Meanwhile, Gailey, Mindy, and Wanda continued their gaming journey in the living room, forgetting to eat or sleep. It could be said that the three of them had reached a point of obsession with the gaming. Early the next morning, Chen Feng woke up. Seeing Natasha still fast asleep beside him, he kissed her forehead and then got up and went out. But before leaving, he still prepared breakfast for the three of them. That kid Pietro, I haven't seen him for the past few days. I wonder where he's gone to play again. Chen Feng wrapped the prepared breakfast in energy and muttered to himself. After doing all this, he left the living room. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng arrived in front of Stark Tower. The sun was just rising, its bright rays illuminating the earth and all things, creating a vibrant and flourishing scene. In a flash, Chen Feng entered Stark Tower. Tony hadn't arrived yet, leaving only Monday to guard the place. Venom caught. Chen Feng looked around but didn't find Venom, which puzzled him. Here. Monday, sensing Chen Feng's presence, took Venom out of her body. The black substance spun constantly in the glass container, sometimes changing into the shape of white clouds, sometimes into the form of a ghost, a truly ever-changing phenomenon. Good, caught it. Let's go to S.H.I.E.L.D. later, it's time to make them fulfill their promise. Chen Feng looked at Venom in the glass container and flicked it lightly with his finger. A crisp sound suddenly rang out, and Venom in the glass container, like a startled bird, began to change violently. Looks like you're still quite afraid. Chen Feng smiled slightly, continuing to tease Venom. He thoroughly enjoyed tormenting Venom, it was exhilarating. Hardy, you should have caught him too, right? Chen Feng looked up and asked. Hardy nodded, then quickly went to a storage room behind him. Inside, he saw Hardy unconscious. Having been possessed by Venom for so long, he was now somewhat weak after being freed from Venom's control. I'll take him with me later, don't let Fury have any opportunities to exploit. Chen Feng glanced at the clock on the wall, his brow furrowing slightly. Why was this guy so late today? Wandering around casually, he noticed a photograph. It was of Tony's father, Howard Stark. Oh, is Tony searching for past history? Chen Feng picked up the scattered papers on the table. They were all about wartime history. Most importantly, they were almost all information about Howard Stark. Was this guy looking for information about his father's death? Chen Feng's eyes darted around, a sudden unease creeping into his heart. Why are you here so early? Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. Tony, dressed in his Iron Man suit, slowly walked in from outside the building. Mr. Stark, you're late. Before Chen Feng could speak, Monday spoke first. It has to be said that Monday really inherited Chen Feng's sharp tongue, especially towards Tony. Monday, shut up. There are still 3 minutes left. I haven't backed out yet, Tony retorted directly. Then, walking to Chen Feng's side, his expression changed immediately when he saw the scattered papers on the table. I'm already here, so let's hurry to S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't want those guys to go back on their word. As if in a panic, Tony quickly changed the subject. He pulled Chen Feng to Monday's side, seemingly not wanting Chen Feng to start the topic of the papers on the table. You're in such a hurry, so eager. That's strange, Chen Feng said with a mischievous smile, not saying anything. It seemed like he was going to tease Tony again. I've always been this proactive, okay? Let's go to S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony said this, but his eyes kept glancing at the papers on the table behind him. Okay, let's go then. Chen Feng drew a spatial rift in front of him, and a purple void suddenly appeared. The three of them entered it together and quickly arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as they entered S.H.I.E.L.D., they immediately attracted everyone's attention, with the three of them staring intently. Damn, these three people, why are they here again? Everyone had this question in their minds. Chen Feng, what are you doing at S.H.I.E.L.D. this time? Agent Hill quickly came over, pulled the three of them aside, and asked in a low voice. Where is Director Fury? Take us to see him, Chen Feng said bluntly. Director? I think he's in his office. Hill hesitated for a moment before slowly saying. Okay, thank you, Agent Hill. Chen Feng patted Hill on the shoulder, and then disappeared from everyone's side in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he arrived in Fury's office. Rogers and Bucky were also there. That bar you mentioned has always been there without any problems. Could it be? Before he could finish speaking, Fury froze, staring at the three people in front of him, his eyes involuntarily clenching. Chen Feng, what brings you here? Fury felt guilty, his voice weak. Rogers, standing beside him, naturally knew what had happened and clenched his fists. Fury, don't pretend you don't know. Chen Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead. These S.H.I.E.L.D. people knew nothing, but their ability to evade responsibility was unparalleled. Monday, bring it out. Chen Feng extended his right hand. A moment later, Monday placed the glassware in his palm. See that? Venom, you should keep your promise. Fury stood motionless, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't know what to do, his mind racing. He was trying to think of a way to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D's defense system from being handed over. "Stop dawdling, hurry up and finish, I have a lot of things to deal with," Chen Feng said impatiently. "We're all witnesses, don't try to bluff," Tony chimed in. "I know, but Earth's defense system was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D by the government, we can't handle it ourselves yet." Fury hesitated for a while before finally speaking. "The government has decided, Fury, you can't fool me. Earth's defense system is now under S.H.I.E.L.D's control, you can decide for yourselves," Monday explained from the side. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.